to 3,150 gigatons CO2, depending on non-CO2 drivers. About 1,900 gigatons CO2 had already been emitted by 2011. Projected changes in the climate system. The projected changes in section SPM 2.2 are for 2081 to 2100, relative to 1980 to 2005, unless otherwise indicated. Surface temperature is projected to rise over the 21st century under all assessed emissions scenarios. It is very likely that heat waves will occur more often and last longer, and that extreme precipitation events will become more intense and frequent in many regions. The oceans will continue to warm and acidify, and global mean sea level to rise. Future climate will depend on committed warming caused by past anthropogenic emissions, as well as future anthropogenic emissions and natural climate variability. The global mean surface temperature change for the period 2016 to 2035, relative to 1986 to 2005, is similar for the four RCPs and will be likely be in the range of 0.3 degrees Celsius to 0.7 degrees Celsius, medium confidence. This assumes that there will be no major volcanic eruptions or changes in some natural sources, for example, CH4 and N2O, or unexpected changes in total surface irradiance. By the mid-21st century, the magnitude of the projected climate change is substantially affected by the choice of emissions scenario. Relative to 1850 to 1900, global surface temperature change for the end of the 21st century, 2081 to 2100, is projected to likely exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius for RCP 4.5, RCP 6.0, and RCP 8.5, high confidence. Warming is likely to exceed 2 degrees Celsius for RCP 6.0 and RCP 8.5, high confidence, and more likely than not to exceed 2 degrees Celsius for RCP 4.5, medium confidence, but unlikely to exceed 2 degrees Celsius for RCP 2.6, medium confidence. The increase of global mean surface temperature by the end of the 21st century, 2081 to 2100, relative to 1986 to 2005, is likely to be 0.3 degrees Celsius to 1.7 degrees Celsius under RCP 2.6 and 1.1 degrees Celsius to 2.6 degrees Celsius under RCP 4.5, or 1.4 degrees Celsius to 3.1 degrees Celsius under RCP 6.0, and 2.6 degrees Celsius to 4.8 degrees Celsius under RCP 8.5. The Arctic region will continue to warm more rapidly than the global mean. It is virtually certain that there will be hot and fewer cold temperature extremes over most land areas on daily and seasonal timescales. As global mean surface temperature increases, it is very likely that heat waves will occur with higher frequency and longer duration. Occasionally, cold winter extremes will continue to occur. Changes in precipitation will not be uniform. The high latitudes and the equatorial Pacific are likely to experience an increase in annual mean precipitation under RCP 8.5 scenario. In many mid-latitude and subtropical dry regions, mean precipitation will likely decrease, while in many mid-latitude wet regions, mean precipitation will likely increase under RCP 8.5 scenario. Extreme precipitation events over most of the mid-latitude land masses and over wet tropical regions will very likely become more frequent. The global ocean will continue to warm during the 21st century, with the strongest warming projected for the surface in tropical and northern hemisphere subtropical regions. Earth system models project a global increase in ocean acidification for all RCP scenarios by the end of the 21st century, with a slow recovery after mid-century under RCP 2.6. The decrease in surface ocean pH is in the range of 0.06 to 0.07, 15 to 17% increase in acidity. For RCP 2.6, 0.14 to 0.15, a 38 to 41% increase in acidity. For RCP 4.5, 0.2 to 0.25 to 21, a 58 to 62% increase in acidity. For RCP 6.0 and 6.0, between 0.3 and 0.32, a 100 to 109% in ocean acidity. Year-round reductions in Arctic sea ice are projected for all RCP scenarios. A nearly ice-free Arctic Ocean in the summer sea ice minimum in September before mid-century is likely for RCP 8.5, medium confidence. It is virtually certain that near-surface permafrost extent at high northern latitudes will be reduced as global mean surface temperatures increase, with the area of permafrost near the surface, the upper 3.5 metres, projected to decrease by 37%, RCP 2.6, to 81% under RCP 8.5. For the multi-model average, medium confidence, the global glacier volume, excluding glaciers in the periphery of Antarctica and excluding the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets, is projected to decrease by 15 to 55% for RCP 2.6 and by 35 to 85% for RCP 8.5 with a medium level of confidence. There has been significant improvement in understanding projections of sea level change since AR4. The global mean sea level rise will continue during the 21st century, very likely at a faster rate than observed from 1971 to 2010. For the period 2081 to 2100, relative to 1986-2005, the rise will likely be in the ranges of 0.26 to 0.55 metres for RCP 2.6, and of 0.545 to 0.82 metres for RCP 8.5, medium confidence. Sea level rise will not be uniform across regions. By the end of the 21st century, it is very likely that the sea level will rise in more than about 95% of ocean areas. About 70% of the coastlines worldwide are projected to experience a sea level change of within plus or minus 20% of the global mean. SBM 2.3, future risks and impacts caused by a changing climate. Climate change will amplify existing risks and create new risks for natural and human systems. Risks are unevenly distributed and are generally greater for disadvantaged people and communities in countries at all levels of development. Risk of climate change-related impacts result from the interaction of climate-related hazards, including hazardous events and trends, with the vulnerability and exposure of human and natural systems, including their ability to adapt. Rising rates and magnitudes of warming and other changes in the climate system, accompanied by ocean acidification, increase the risk of severe, pervasive, and in some cases irreversible detrimental impacts. Some risks are particularly relevant for individual regions, while others are global. The overall risks of future climate change impacts can be reduced by limiting the rate and magnitude of climate change, including ocean acidification. The precise levels of climate change sufficient to trigger abrupt and irreversible change remain uncertain, but the risks associated with crossing such thresholds increases with rising temperature, medium confidence. For risk assessment, it is important to evaluate the widest possible range of impacts, including low probability outcomes with large consequences. A large fraction of species face increased extinction risk due to the climate change during the period beyond the 21st century, especially as climate change interacts with other stressors, high confidence. Most plant species cannot naturally shift their geographical ranges sufficiently fast to keep up with the high and current projected rates of climate change in most landscapes. Most small mammals and freshwater mollusks will not be able to keep up at the rates projected under RCP 4.5 and above in flat landscapes in this century, high confidence. Future risk is indicated to be high by the observation that natural global climate change at rates lower than current anthropogenic climate change caused significant ecosystem shifts and species extinctions during the past millions of years. Marine organisms will face progressively lower oxygen levels and higher rates and magnitudes of oxygen acidification, high confidence, with associated risks exacerbated by rising ocean temperature extremes, medium confidence. Coral reefs and polar ecosystems are highly vulnerable. Coastal systems and low-lying areas are at risk from sea level rise, which will continue for centuries even if the global mean temperature is stabilized. High confidence. Climate change is projected to undermine food security. Due to projected climate change by the mid-21st century and beyond, global marine species redistribution and marine biodiversity reduction in sensitive regions will challenge the sustained provision of fisheries productivity and other ecosystem services. High confidence. For wheat, rice and maize in tropical and temperate regions, climate change without adaptation is projected to negatively impact production for local temperature increases of 2 degrees or more above the 20th century levels. Although individual locations may benefit, medium confidence, global temperature increases of around 4 degrees Celsius or more above late 20th century levels, combined with increasing food demand, would pose large risks to food security globally. High confidence. Climate change is projected to reduce renewable surface water and groundwater resources in most dry subtropical regions. Robust evidence, high agreement. Intensifying competition for water among sectors. Limited evidence, medium agreement. Until mid-century, projected climate change will impact human health mainly by exacerbating health problems that already exist. Very high confidence. Throughout the 21st century, climate change is expected to lead to increases in ill health in many regions, especially in developing countries with low incomes, as compared to a baseline without climate change. High confidence. By 2100, for RCP 8.5, the combination of high temperature and humidity in some areas for parts of the year is expected to compromise common human activities, including growing food and working outdoors. High confidence. In urban areas, climate change is projected to increase risks for people, assets, economies, and ecosystems, including risks from heat stress, storms, and extreme precipitation, inland and coastal flooding, landslides, air pollution, drought, water scarcity, sea level rise, and storm surges. Very high confidence. These risks are amplified for those lacking essential infrastructure and services or living in exposed areas. Rural areas are expected to experience major impacts on water availability and supply, food security, infrastructure, and agricultural incomes, including shifts in the production areas of food and non-food crops around the world. High confidence. Aggregate economic losses accelerate with increasing temperature. Limited evidence, high agreement. But global economic impacts from climate change are currently difficult to estimate. From a poverty perspective, climate change impacts are projected to slow down economic growth, make poverty reduction more difficult, further erode food security, and prolong existing and create new poverty traps. The latter particularly in urban areas and emerging hotspots of hunger. Medium confidence. International dimensions such as trade and relations amongst states are also important for understanding the risks of climate change at regional scales. Climate change is projected to increase displacement of people, medium evidence, high agreement. Populations that lack the resources for planned migration experience higher exposure to extreme weather events, particularly in developing countries with low income. Climate change can indirectly increase risks of violent conflicts by amplifying well-documented drivers of these conflicts, such as poverty and economic shocks. Medium confidence. Climate change beyond 2100, irreversibility and abrupt changes. Many experts of climate change and associated impacts will continue. Many aspects of climate change and associated impacts will continue for centuries, even if anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases are stopped. The risks of abrupt, irreversible changes increase as the magnitude of the warming increases. Warming will continue beyond 2100 under all RCP scenarios, except RCP 2.6. Surface temperatures will remain approximately constant at elevated levels for many centuries after a complete cessation of net anthropogenic CO2 emissions. A large fraction of anthropogenic climate change resulting from CO2 emissions is irreversible on a multi-century to millennial timescale, except in the case of a large net removal of CO2 from the atmosphere over a sustained period. Stabilization of global average surface temperatures does not imply stabilization for all aspects of the climate system. Shifting biomes, soil carbon, ice sheets, ocean temperatures, and associated sea level rise all have their own intrinsic long timescales, which will result in changes lasting hundreds of thousands of years after the global surface temperature is established, hundreds to thousands of years after the global surface temperature is stabilized. There is a high confidence that ocean acidification will increase for centuries if CO2 emissions continue and will strongly affect marine ecosystems. It is virtually certain that global mean sea level rise will continue for many centuries beyond 2100, with the amount of rise dependent on future emissions. The threshold for the loss of the Greenland ice sheet over a millennia or more, and the associated sea level rise of up to 7 meters, is greater than about 1 degree Celsius, low confidence, but less than about 4 degrees Celsius, medium confidence, of global warming with respect to pre-industrial temperatures. Abrupt and irreversible ice loss from the Antarctic ice sheet is possible, but current evidence and understanding is insufficient to make a quantitative assessment.
Magnitudes and rates of climate change associated with medium to high emissions scenarios pose an increased risk of abrupt and irreversible regional scale change in the composition, structure and function of marine terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems, including wetlands, medium confidence. A reduction in permafrost extent is virtually certain that with continued rise in global temperatures. Adaptation and migration accomplish complementary strategies for reducing and managing the risks of climate change. Sustainable substantial emissions reductions over the next few decades can reduce climate risks in the 21st century and beyond, increase prospects for effective adaptation, reduce the costs and challenges of mitigation in the longer term, and contribute to climate resilient pathways for sustainable development. Foundations for decision-making about climate change. Effective decision-making to limit climate change and its effects can be informed by a wide range of analytical approaches for evaluating expected risks and benefits, recognizing the importance of governance, ethical dimensions, equity, value judgments, economic assessments, and diverse perceptions and responses to risk and uncertainty. Sustainable development and equity provide a basis for assessing climate policies. Limiting the effects of climate change is necessary to achieve sustainable development and equity, including poverty eradication. Countries past and future contribute to the accumulation of GHGs in the atmosphere are different, and countries also face varying challenges and circumstances and have different capacities to address mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation and adaptation raise issues of equity, justice and fairness. Many of those vulnerable to climate change have contributed and contribute little to GHG emissions. Delaying mitigation shifts burden from the present to the future, and insufficient adaptation responses to emerging impacts are already eroding the basis for sustainable development. Comprehensive strategies in response to climate change that are consistent with sustainable development take into account the co-benefits, adverse side effects and risks that may arise from both adaptation and mitigation options. The design of climate policy is influenced by how individuals and organisations perceive risks and uncertainties and take them into account. Methods of valuation from economic, social and ethical analysts are available to assist decision making. These methods can take account of a wide range of possible impacts, including no probability outcomes with large consequences, but they cannot identify a single best balance between mitigation, adaptation, and residual climate impacts. Climate change has a characteristics of a collective action problem at the global scale, because most greenhouse gases accumulate over time globally, and emissions by any agent, e.g. individual, community, company, country, affect other agents. Effective mitigation will not be achieved if individual agents advance on their own interests independently. Cooperative responses, including international cooperation, are therefore required to effectively mitigate GHG emissions and address other climate change issues. The effectiveness of adaptation can be enhanced through complementary actions across levels, including international cooperation. The evidence suggests that outcomes seen as equitable can lead to more effective cooperation. Climate change risks reduced by mitigation and adaptation. Without additional mitigation efforts beyond those in place today, even with adaptation, warming by the end of the 21st century will lead to very high of severe, widespread, irreversible impact globally, high confidence. Mitigation involves some level of co-benefits of risks due to adverse side effects, but these risks do not involve the same possibility of severe, widespread, such as climate change, increasing the benefits for near-term mitigation efforts. Mitigation and adaptation are complementary approaches for reducing risks of climate change impacts through different times, high confidence. Mitigation in the near term and through the century can sustainably reduce climate change impacts in the latter decades of the 21st century and beyond. Benefits from adaptation can already be realised in addressing current risks and could be realised for future of addressing emergency risks. Five reasons for concern. RFCs aggravate climate change risks and illustrate the implications of warming and of adaptation limits for people, economics and ecosystems across sectors and regions. The five RFCs are associated with 1. Unique and threatened systems. 2. Extreme weather events. 3. Distribution of impacts. 4. Global aggravate impacts. And 5. Large-scale singular events. In this report, the RFCs provide information relevant to Article 2 of UNFCCC. Without additional mitigation efforts beyond those in place today, and even with adaptation, warming by the end of the 21st century will lead to very high risk of severe, widespread and irreversible impacts globally, high confidence. In most scenarios, without additional mitigation efforts, those above pre-industrial levels by 2100. The risks associated with temperatures at or above 4 degrees I think I missed that. Okay. With 2001, should I? Atmospheric concentrations. 1,000 ppm CO2 equivalent. Warming is more likely than not to exceed 4 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2100. The risks associated with temperatures at or above 4 degrees Celsius include substantial subspecies extinction, global and regional food insecurity, consequential constraints on common human activities, and limited potential for adaptation in some cases, high confidence. Some risks of climate change, such as risks to unique and threatened systems, and risks associated with extreme weather events, are moderate to high at temperatures 1 degrees Celsius or to 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Substantial cuts in greenhouse gas emissions over the next few decades can substantially reduce risks of climate change by limiting warming in the second half of the 21st century and beyond. Cumulative emissions of CO2 largely determine global mean surface warming by the late 21st century and beyond. Limiting risks across RFCs would imply a limit for cumulative emissions of CO2. Such a limit would require that global net emissions of CO2 eventually decrease to zero and would constrain annual emissions over the next few decades. High confidence. But some risks from climate damages are unavoidable, even with mitigation and adaptation.
Where's the plug-in? Can use that one.
Where have we got to?
Is that going to fit there?
She just went the top way. Okay.
You just pull it out.
Adaptation can contribute to the well-being of populations, the security of assets, and the maintenance of ecosystem goods, functions, and services, now and in the future. Adaptation is place and context specific, high confidence. A first step towards adaptation to future climate change is reducing vulnerability and exposure to present climate variability, high confidence. Integration of adaptation into planning, including policy design and decision-making, can promote synergies with the development and disaster reduction. Building adaptive capacity is crucial for effective selection and implementation of adaptation options. Robust evidence, high agreement. Adaptation planning and implementation can be enhanced through complementary actions across levels, from individuals to governments, high confidence. National governments can coordinate adaptation efforts of local and subnational governments, for example, by protecting vulnerable groups, by supporting economic diversification, and by providing information, policy, and legal frameworks, and financial support. Robust evidence, high agreement. Local government and the private sector are increasingly recognised as critical to progress in adaptation, given their roles in scaling up adaptation of communities, households, and civil society, and in managing risk information and financing. Medium confidence, high agreement. Adaptation planning and implementation at all levels of governance are contingent on societal values, objectives, and risk perceptions, high confidence. Recognition of diverse interests, circumstances, social cultural contexts, and expectations can benefit decision-making processes. Indigenous, local, and traditional knowledge systems and practices, including Indigenous peoples' holistic view of community and environment, are a major resource for adapting to climate change. but these have not been used consistently in existing adaptation efforts. Integrating such forms of knowledge with existing practices increases the effectiveness of adaptation. Constraints can interact to impede adaptation planning and implementation. High confidence. Common constraints on implementation arise from the following: limited financial and human resources, limited integration or coordination of governance, uncertainties about projected impacts, different perceptions of risks, competing values, absence of key adaptation leaders and advocates, and limited tools to monitor adaptation effectiveness. Another constraint includes insufficient research, monitoring, and observation and the finance to maintain them. Greater rates and magnitude of climate change increase the likelihood of exceeding adaptation limits. High confidence. Limits to adaptation emerge from the interaction among climate change and biophysical and/or socio-economic constraints. Further, poor planning or implementation, overemphasizing short-term outcomes or failing to sufficiently anticipate consequences, can result in maladaptation, increasing the vulnerability or exposure of the target group in the future, or the vulnerability of other people, places, or sectors. Medium evidence, high agreement. Underestimating the complexity of adaptation as a social process can create unrealistic expectations about achieving intended adaptation outcomes. Significant co-benefits, synergies, and trade-offs exist between mitigation and adaptation and among different adaptation responses. Interactions occur both within and across regions, very high confidence. Increasing efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change imply an increasing complexity of interactions, particularly at the intersections among water, energy, land use, and biodiversity. But tools to understand and manage their interactions remain limited. Examples of actions with co-benefits include 1. Improved energy efficiency and cleaner energy sources, leading to reduced emissions of health-damaging, climate-altering air pollutants. 2. Reduced energy and water consumption in urban areas through greening cities and recycling water. 3. Sustainable agriculture and forestry. And 4. Protection of ecosystems for carbon storage and other ecosystem services. Transformations in economic, social, technological, and political decisions and actions can enhance adaptation and promote sustainable development. High confidence. At the national level, transformation is considered most effective when it reflects a country's own visions and approaches to achieving sustainable development in accordance with its national circumstances and priorities. Restricting adaptation responses to incremental changes to existing systems and structures without considering transformational change may increase costs and losses and miss opportunities. Planning and implementation of transformational adaptation could reflect strengthened, altered, or aligned paradigms and may place new and increased demands on governance structures to reconcile different goals and visions for the future, and to address possible equity and ethical implications. Adaptation pathways are enhanced by iterative learning, deliberative processes, and innovation. SPM 3.4, Characteristics of Mitigation Pathways. There are multiple mitigation pathways that are likely to limit warming to below 2 degrees centigrade relative to pre-industrial levels. These pathways would require substantial emissions reductions over the next few decades and near zero emissions of carbon dioxide and other long-lived greenhouse gases by the end of the century. Implementing such reductions poses substantial technological, economic, social, and institutional challenges, which increase with delays in additional mitigation and if key technologies are not available. Limiting warming to lower or higher levels involves similar challenges, but on different timescales. Without additional efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions beyond those in place today, global emissions growth is expected to persist, driven by growth in global population and economic activities. Global mean surface temperature increases in 2100 in baseline scenarios, those without additional mitigation, range from 3.7 to 4.8 degrees centigrade above the average for 1850 to 1900 for a median climate response. They range from 2.5 degrees C to 7.8 degrees C when including climate uncertainty, from the 5th to the 95th percentile range. High confidence. Emission scenarios leading to greenhouse gas concentrations in 2100 of about 450 parts per million carbon dioxide equivalent or lower are likely to maintain warming below 2 degrees centigrade over the 21st century relative to pre-industrial levels. These scenarios are characterized by 40 to 70% global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions reductions by 2050 compared to 2010, and emissions levels near zero or below in 2100. Mitigation scenarios reaching concentration levels of about 500 parts per million carbon dioxide equivalent by 2100 are more likely than not to limit temperature change to less than 2 degrees centigrade, unless they temporarily overshoot concentration levels of roughly 530 parts per million before 2100, in which case they are about as likely or not to achieve that goal. In these 500 parts per million carbon dioxide equivalent scenarios, global 2050 emissions levels are 25 to 55% lower than in 2010. Scenarios with higher emissions in 2050 are characterized by a greater resilience on carbon dioxide removal technologies beyond mid-century and vice versa. Trajectories that are likely to limit global warming to 3 degrees C relative to pre-industrial levels reduce emissions less rapidly than those limiting warming to 2 degrees C. A limited number of studies provide scenarios that are more likely than not to limit warming to 1.5 degrees C by 2100. These scenarios are characterized by concentrations below 430 parts per million by 2100 and 2050 emission reduction between 70% and 95% below 2010. For a comprehensive overview of the characteristics of emissions scenarios, their greenhouse gas concentrations, and their likelihood to keep warming to below a range of temperature levels, see Table SPM1. Mitigation scenarios reaching about 450 parts per million carbon dioxide equivalent in 2100, consistent with a likely chance to keep warming below 2 degrees C relative to pre-industrial levels, typically involve temporary overshoot of atmospheric concentrations, as do many scenarios reaching about 500 parts per million carbon dioxide equivalent to about 550 parts per million, rely on the availability and widespread deployment of bioenergy with carbon dioxide capture and storage, and afforestation in the second half of the century. The availability and scale of these and other carbon dioxide removal technologies and methods are uncertain, and carbon dioxide removal technologies are, to varying degrees, associated with challenges and risks. CDR is also prevalent in many scenarios without overshoot to compensate for residual emissions from sectors where mitigation is more expensive. High confidence. Reducing emissions of non-carbon dioxide agents can be an important element of mitigation strategies. All current greenhouse gas emissions and other forcing agents affect the rate and magnitude of climate change over the next few decades, although long-term warming is mainly driven by carbon dioxide emissions. Emissions of non-carbon dioxide emissions forces are often expressed as carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, but the choice of metric to calculate these emissions and the implications for the emphasis and timing of abatement of the various climate forces depend on application, policy context, and contains value judgment.
Hope you don't mind me doing that.
No, not at all.
I just thought it was really nice to, instead of taking a photograph of the conference, we're doing something just with a little bit of sound.
Sure. Yeah,
So I apologise for
no,
just
no
doing
problem.
that.
Okay. Is that, am I?
I'm nothing to do with the organisers or
Oh, I see.
anything.
Oh, okay. Right. So, delaying additional mitigation to 2030 will substantially increase the challenges associated. Is that okay?
Be about sort of 2 minutes.
Okay. So I just finish this page. Delaying additional mitigation to 2030 will substantially increase the challenges associated with limiting warming over the 21st century to below 2 degrees centigrade relative to pre-industrial levels. It will require substantially higher rates of emissions reductions from 2030 to 2050, a much more rapid scale-up of low-carbon energy over this period, a larger reliance on carbon dioxide reduction in the long term, and higher national transition and long-term economic impacts. Estimated global emission levels in 2020, based on the Cancun pledges, are not consistent with cost-effective mitigation that are at least about as likely as not to limit warming to below 2 degrees centigrade relative to pre-industrial levels. But they do not preclude the option to meet this goal. High confidence.
Oh, I see what she's saying, so I can click on that. Okay. Yeah, perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it on? Yeah. Could I get everyone to take their seats? We're about to begin. Good afternoon. My name is Jana Graham, and I'm in research here at the gallery, and welcome to part 2 of the Rights of Nature conference. This morning we brought up a lot of themes, and we haven't had quite enough time to sort of work with them, and I think the great thing about a day like this is that we will circle back onto those themes, and we have, first of all, a talk and 2 panels this afternoon, one of which is taking up the question of decolonization of indigenous epistemologies, which came up this morning, and the second one around neoliberal developmentalism and what comes after. So I think some of these unanswered questions and burning issues we'll get to speak about. And we're also hoping that towards the end of the day, we'll have enough time for local groups, environmental groups who have come today to be able to say a few words about who they are and how you might join them. So we'll save that for just the end. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the afternoon, and that is Eriel Deranger, who is a Dene Indigenous activist and a member and campaign and communications coordinator of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation in Alberta. And for those of you who have not followed the ACFN's work, it's quite an inspiring kind of process of a group working against Shell and many other corporations in the Alberta tar sands, of which we've probably all heard about in the images and of devastation and destruction that have been circulating in the last number of years. So please join me in welcoming Eriel, who's going to speak to us about the ACFN, and then we'll have a question and answer period after. Thank you so much.
Masicho, thank you. Iklanete, My name is Eriel Deranger, Eriel Tchekwie Deranger, and traditional protocol says that I should acknowledge the traditional territories of the people that we're on, but I have to plead ignorance because I don't know what that is. Maybe Robin Hood and his men. As an Indigenous person, I often use humor, so pardon me if I use too much humor. I'll start with a little joke as well. My name is, Eriel Tchekwie, and Eriel Tchekwie in my language means Thunder Woman. And my mom always makes this joke that she named me appropriately because I am very loud and sometimes a little bit obnoxious. But it served me well because I have become a spokesperson for my nation. And in the introduction, it was said that the ACFN is taking on a lot of challenges of the Alberta tar sands, which is considered one of the largest industrial projects on the planet. And the slideshow started without me. And I just want to give you an understanding of who my nation is in order to give you an understanding of what we're up against. So the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation is a land-based people. We are Dene Sutlene or Dene. We are actually related to the Dine of the South. Our people traveled to the southern United States and parts of Mexico and intermingled with those folks. But we are a land-based people. This is a quote from one of our former chiefs, and he says that the land is the essence of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation cultures, value, and spirituality. And I think that that's a really, really great way of putting things because our people are really rooted in the land. Our culture and identity, everything from our musical instruments to the food we eat, is procured from our natural surroundings. The Athabasca, Lake Athabasca, which is at the heart of our community, is essentially that. It is the heart of our community. It is the lifeline. It brings us the food we need. It brings the animals to the river, and it supplies us with everything. In Canada, the Indigenous peoples signed treaties. They actually signed treaties with the Crown, or the British Crown. And those treaties were signed between early 1700s all the way until the mid-1900s. And an unknown fact is that some of Canada is actually untreated. The yellow areas are actually considered untreated portions of Canada. And under the eyes of law, it's considered unceded territories, which means that it should be governed by the Indigenous peoples. Now, treaties in Canada are really interesting. My nation is a signatory to Treaty Number 8. It is the largest treaty, numbered treaty in Canada. It encompasses a large portion of Alberta, portions of British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and the Northwest Territories. And right in the heart of Alberta, we also just disregard the drift pile thing. It's just a reference from a map that I found. But right in the heart of Treaty 8, we have massive development. And to give you an idea of where the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nations live in respect to the development, this is a satellite map. Athabasca River, which is a river that runs northward and is a part of the Peace Athabasca Delta water system and watershed, flows northward actually starts in the Columbia ice fields and flows northward. And the community of Fort Chipewyan, where most of the ACFN members live, is in the heart of at the mouth of Lake Athabasca. Now, that little blob at the bottom is a tailings pond, and a tailings pond is a byproduct of the tar sands infrastructure and development, which I will get into shortly. Now, that river system is an important part, not just of our culture and identity, but of getting to our community. The community of Fort Chipewyan, as you can see on the map, is pretty far away. It's a pretty isolated community. The only way in and out is by flying or by boat. And for a short amount of time, that's getting shorter and shorter every year, you can drive across an ice road, which crosses over and traverses many of the rivers systems in the region. This region is also a delta, so it is largely marshland. So it's very difficult to create roads and infrastructure that it would be necessary to create a highway to our community. So it is a lifeline, and it is a highway, it is a roadway, it is literally the heart of our community. And we have done a lot to ensure the survival and longevity of this river system because of its important value, not just to our identity, but to the biological stability of the ecosystems that sustain our people and our culture and identity. Now, within the treaty rights that we signed with the government or the British Crown at the time, we procured rights for the protection of our lands, waterways, our ability to hunt, fish, and trap, and continue our cultural lives and subsistence. Now, those are obviously at odds with a lot of different projects that are happening within our regions, and most notably is Alberta's tar sands. This is tar sands. This is not your conventional sweet crude oil. This is what it actually looks like. Now, industry will often argue that tar sands is a activist name given to this industry, but when they first discovered it, they referred to it as tar sands because it looked so much like tar. And when they revamped and decided to open this up for market, they renamed it, they rebranded it as oil sands so that it would be more appealing to the international markets. Now, tar sands have been criticized not just nationally, but internationally. Desmond Tutu said recently, oil sands development not only devastates our shared climate, it's also stripping away the rights of First Nations and affected communities to protect their children, land, and water from being poisoned. The Athabasca oil sands isn't just simply in my community, but there are 3 major deposits in Alberta. One is the Athabasca oil sands, which is the largest deposit in Alberta, where my community lives. The other is the Peace River oil sands deposit, which is just, you're looking at to the left of the Athabasca, and just to the south is the Cold Lake deposits. My nation works very closely with the other nations within these regions that are challenging the expansion of tar sands in the respective regions. Tar sands is, again, one of the largest industrial projects on the planet, and in Canada is the largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. It has the equivalent of close to 1 million cars a year from just one infrastructure project in Canada. In order to access the tar sands, you have to create, there are a few different methods. One is open pit mining. And the open pit mining, as you can see, is quite something to see and quite devastating. Dr. David Schindler, who is an ecology professor with the University of Alberta, put it really well. There's nothing on this planet that compares with the destruction going on there. If there were a global prize for unsustainable development, the tar sands would be a clear winner. The tar sands development projects sit very precariously close to the Athabasca River system as well. That body of water that you see in the background, that's a tailings pond. And to the right along the edge is the Athabasca River system. These yellow things, these big yellow almost pyramid structures, are a byproduct. It is sulfur. They are creating so much sulfur as a byproduct that they can't sell it to market fast enough. So they're creating these large pyramids, which are now above, I think they're getting up to about 8 stories in size and maybe about 20 blocks in width. They are massive. To think about this, there are some small little dots that are trucks. Each one of those dots, to give you an idea of size, one of those trucks is the size of a 2-story home. So you start to begin to see the immensity that these projects have. And in order to access and begin the open pit mining, the industry has to remove what they refer to as overburden. Overburden, in actuality, is the boreal forest. And my people revere the boreal forests in these regions as sacred places, the places where our animals thrive and live, where we go to practice ceremony, where we go to pick our medicines, where we go and live in harmony and in a symbiotic relationship with these areas. And instead, what we're seeing is that industry and government are colluding to remove what they like to refer to as overburden. And since construction, over 1.4 billion tons of overburden have been removed. That's more dirt than was moved for the Great Walls of China, the Suez Canal, the Great Pyramids of Cheops, and the 10 largest dams in the world combined. Some of these tailings ponds that are housed, which you can see one in the background up there, they are some of the largest earthen dams in the world, holding back toxic byproduct waste from these tailings ponds. These tailings ponds are so toxic and dirty that in 2008, 1,600 ducks that were migrating through the region, because it is within the migratory pathways of multiple different species, that are some that are on the endangered list or at the at-risk list, and these ducks landed on a tailings because they thought it was a waterway, and when they landed, they all sunk to their deaths. This isn't a singular occurrence. This happens quite regularly. The 1,606 ducks made international news because of the number, but every year, hundreds of animals perish to their deaths in these tailings ponds, which mimic the natural water systems in the region. And many species sometimes are attracted to these regions to water. You can see how close it is. On one side, we have pristine boreal forests, and you cross a roadway, and you're suddenly in an open-pit mine. There's no fences to block this off. The animals quite regularly walk into these regions and are subject to contamination and, in some cases, death. Government and industry's way of trying to dissuade these species from entering these regions are things like this. A very nice scarecrow. In addition, they also have cannons going off, propane cannons. What it has done to the region effectively, it has created what looks and feels like a war zone. It is as though government and multinational corporations are at war with nature. Now, the other methodology is called SAGD, or steam-assisted gravity drainage, and it's something that the government likes to refer to as environmentally benign, because it doesn't have that large aesthetic sort of feature of big open pit mines. It is rather a cross-section and a hatching and a fragmentation of the ecosystems. So we don't see as much pollution, we don't see the damage, and we're still like, oh, well, there's still forests in here. But some of the species, such as moose and caribou, won't cross these lines. When their corridors are disturbed, they find new ones. And what we're seeing is that these corridors are becoming less and less. To give you an understanding of how much the area will be fragmented if industry has their way, this is the region right now. Up at the top, those big blobs, just for reference, are tailings ponds. They are not lakes. Tailings ponds now encompass over 160 square kilometers of land and can be seen from outer space. But this is the region outside of Fort McMurray. This is what industry wants to turn it into. They want to fragment the entire ecosystems of the region, crisscrossing them with pipelines, and it's very similar to fracking. So SAGD, or in situ, is a process where they put large well pads that are superheating water and injecting it, in some cases chemicals, and injecting it into the ground at high pressure so that it melts the bitumen, and then other sets of pipelines suck the melted bitumen out, or tar sands out, and ship it through these series of pipelines to refinery stations in various locations in Alberta. This is an idea, pull back even more. Fort McMurray's near that little blue dot, which is near a little lake called Lake Gregor Lake. Every multinational corporation, okay, maybe not every, but almost every multinational corporation in the world has a vested interest in the expansion and the development of Alberta's tar sands. Every major corporation in the world has a vested interest in the destruction and devastation of ecosystems that my people and our neighboring First Nations people rely on, that we have lived in harmony with for thousands of years. They are at war with our rights, they are at war with nature. Now, many of these companies and government like to tell us that we are going to put this all back. This is a, biodiverse portion of the boreal forest. This is what I knew growing up. This is the places where we pick our medicines. These are the places where the caribou and the bison and the moose, they roam. This is biodiversity. This is what it means to be indigenous and live in this region. This is what we see. This is what government likes to refer to as equivalent land use capacity. To date, over 100,000 square kilometers have been disturbed for oil sands development, and to date, less than 2% have been certified as reclaimed. These projects are not simply new, and we can't just go, oh, 2%'s okay. They have been in operation since the 1950s. So in 60 years, they've managed to only reclaim 2%, and yet they give us the assurance that they can put this back. If we look on the timeline of what's already happened, that means that we are going to lose between 50 and 100 years of loss of use of our sacred sites, the disturbance of it, and what are we getting back in return? The biodiversity is weak. It has been discredited by scientists, not just in Canada, but internationally as well. And in some parts of the region, we have unique biological features that cannot be reclaimed by any known methodology. And yet we are told that it'll be okay in the end. These projects are immense. It's not simply in Alberta. The infrastructure for these projects is huge. It's why it's referred to as the largest industrial project on the planet. It's not simply because of the open pit mines and the SAGD, but it's because of the associated infrastructure. This is just Western Canada. There is so much associated with tar sands development. It goes all the way into the Alaskan gas reserves, which goes through the caribou habitats in that region, the Northwest Territories, and then along that natural gas. And just to give you a perspective here of how crazy this project is, natural gas is a cleaner burning fuel source, which they are shipping to the Alberta region to power the refining and much of the region. So we are going to use a cleaner burning fuel source to power the development of a dirty fuel source to sell back to the public. It's a really completely psychotic idea. I don't really get it. I guess there's money to be made in it. And these projects involve not just the shipping of natural gas to the tar sands, but the export of tar sands outside of the region through a development of numerous different pipelines across North America. This project literally touches coast to coast to coast to coast of the entire continent of North America. And at this point, it's not just touching North America. We have plans to ship this oil to Russia, China, and it's already being shipped here to the UK, or to Europe rather, and being refined in Spain to be entered into your own markets here in the United Kingdom. So, my nation, what are we doing? Utilizing our knowledge and our understanding of the land and merging that with Western science, we have done some mapping projects, geospatial mapping, and looking at the different species that we rely on for sustenance and for our cultural preservation. And looking at the expansion of development within our region, we have identified a protection zone, our cultural protection area. Everything that is in bright red, we demand be protected in order for the preservation of not just our culture, because as was said a few times today, nature and people are not really disconnected. And so for us, the preservation of this biodiverse region is a preservation of us because we are one and the same. Dene Sutlane, which is what we refer to ourselves as, are people of the land. Kaital Dene Sutlane, which is the big name for our people, is people of the willow. And that refers to the delta itself. We are the people. And so when you destroy these places, you essentially destroy those people. I often try to give a little bit more reference to that. You know, we, as humans, we often try to identify our places, ourselves with places. So, you know, you're Irish, you're Scottish, you're Russian, so on and so forth. You are associating yourself with a place. As an Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation or a Kaital Dene Sutlane, I am a person from this region. If you essentially erase this region from the map, which the tar sands is capable of doing, you essentially erase who I am. So, we've identified a protection zone, and we've taken it upon ourselves to develop a guardian program. So not only are we identifying and saying stuff needs to be protected, we're saying if you're not going to do it, we'll do it ourselves. So we have people that are policing the region, setting up cameras, going out and doing studies and testing the land. In fact, we had an oil spill this year on the river system, and our people were the first ones on the river. Our Canadian government is so behind on protecting the environment that when the oil spill happened, they didn't have a boat, they didn't have equipment, and they actually said, hey, could we join you on your boat? And then they got out there and they hadn't calibrated their equipment to test the oil, and they were like, oh, can we borrow some of your equipment? So this is how ill-equipped the province is in protecting and preserving the region, and how poor the environmental protection standards really are. In addition to having this Guardian program, we have done a lot more. This is a quote from Chief Adam. So Chief Alan Adam is the chief of my nation, and he is an amazing, amazing human being and leader. And he's really taken the cause of our nation and really elevated it to the next level. But this is a great quote. Our ancestors signed the treaties to make sure that our rights and our lands would always be protected. We must do whatever it takes to ensure rights are protected now and into the future. With that, our nation has launched numerous litigations. We have entered into the realm of challenging projects, and we are doing literally whatever it takes to ensure the protection of our lands and region. And we're not alone. There are many other different First Nations in Alberta, including the Beaver Lake Cree Nation, the Cold Lake First Nation, and multiple other First Nations that are standing up and launching litigation, utilizing the foundations of our rights and title. Again, our rights and title were promised to us through treaty, but in Canada, those treaty rights are actually enshrined in the Canadian Constitution under Section 35. And even moreover than that, I think that we need to start looking at ways to preserve the rights of nature, because those rights are intrinsically connected to who we are. And I think that that can't be even more true when you look at the way that First Nations in Canada are utilizing their rights to uphold the protection and preservation of their lands. So, some headlines. We've sued Shell Canada. We have participated in going to the Shell AGM in partnership with the UK Tar Sands Network, which there is a representative, Susan Dollywall, who's here today. I like this headline, activists crash the Shell AGM. I was very respectful. I didn't crash anything, actually. And we've also participated in the review process, so the public review of projects for approval. And, you know, here's a promise because we made a lot of headlines around how bad this project was going to be. It's called the Jack Pine Mine expansion. And the government's counter to that is environmental minister promises stringent review of planned Jack Pine Mine expansion. Jack Pine Mine expansion approved despite significant environmental impacts. Those significant impacts included irreversible impacts on the biodiversity in the region, the lakes and river systems. This project involved the mining up of 21 kilometers of a river system. It also admitted that it would have significant and irreversible impacts on treaty and Aboriginal rights, particularly to the rights of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation. However, still approved. As a response to that, our nation has filed litigation challenging this approval. Our case was dismissed. The government stated that consultation happened and there's nothing they could really do, and they feel that they did everything that they were supposed to do because as a part of this approval, they put in 88 conditions or recommendations because they're non-binding. And the court said, well, Canada has these recommendations, therefore, you know, they're going to do their job and we have faith in them, so why are you here? The project isn't running yet. So they basically put the ball back into the government's hands. And this project, even though it was approved, is a victory for us because it was supposed to have broken ground in 2012. It is now 2015 and they still do not have their final permits. We have told the provincial government, you give a permit for that project without talking to us and addressing the mining up of the river, all these significant impacts, we will sue you. And the government is currently saying, how can we deal with this? And we're in negotiations about that at this time. In addition, just recently, the Grand Rapids pipeline was approved. It is a 900,000 barrel per day pipeline that stretches 500 kilometers through Alberta. And it was pushed through the review process in less than 15 months. It is as though we have no respect for nature. And this is a really great quote from a great activist and author and vice president candidate from a few years ago, Winona LaDuke, and she's from the White Clay Nation in the United States. And she says, in the time of sacred sites and the crashing of ecosystems and worlds, it may be worth not making a commodity of all that is revered. What we're seeing is that multinationals and governments and financial institutions are doing just that. They're commodifying the sacred spaces, they're commodifying nature, and they're commodifying everything that we are as humans. We are becoming so disassociated from our roots and from who we are as a species on this planet in exchange for financial growth and gain. We are bypassing the indigenous voices that are rising up and challenging these projects, and there is no longer free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples in the name of economic development. We have done everything to participate in calling out our governments and corporations in what they're doing, and they're complicit in the degradation of the respect for indigenous rights now, not just in Canada, but globally. We have partnered with the UK Tar Sands Network to bring this message to the UK. We have gone to financial institutions to tell them to divest their funds in these basically what we feel are illegal and immoral projects within our region. And we have done everything that we can to network with other indigenous tribes and groups that are challenging these same corporations to ensure that does not seem as though we are individuals of dissent, but we are a collective of people that are calling for real change and progress to a future that respects the rights of nature and the rights of indigenous people. In our own region, bringing it back home, we have hosted what's called a healing walk for the last 5 years, and the motto of the healing walk is stop the destruction, start the healing. This walk takes you through the heart of the tar sands and allows people to experience it in a more visceral way, to see it, to breathe it, to taste it, and to feel it. And the people that have attended this walk have said that it is life-changing. And this is one of the banners that was held at one of the walks, and it says, only when the last tree is cut, only when the last river is polluted, only when the last fish is caught, only then will you realize that you cannot eat money. You know, our nation doesn't do this for our individual notoriety. You know, I don't know that I will see the end of this, but I do know that we have children and future generations. And as Indigenous people, we don't think about now. We don't think about our singular life. We think about 7 generations ahead. Everything you do now has impacts 7 generations after you. Just like our ancestors 7 generations before, their choices have impacts on us now. And I really find it really interesting to be in this space in an art gallery because there's this sort of new merging and crossing over of different social justice movements and artists and artisans coming together to collectively challenge these immoral or unjust things that are happening in the world. And this is a quote from a Métis leader. And the Métis people are also an Indigenous group in Canada. And Eriel was the leader of the Métis rebellion that happened between 1884 and 1890. And he was hung for acts of treason for rebelling and starting a war. And before he died, a lot of his stuff was published. And one of his most famous quotes is, "My people will sleep for 100 years, but when they awake, it will be the artists who give them their spirit back." And I've really felt like this has been true. You know, I think a couple years ago, our nation was starting to feel like no one was listening. And we didn't ask. We didn't seek these people. Many people ask us, how did you get Neil Young? And I'm like, we didn't get Neil Young. Neil Young came to us, and he said, hey, I want to know what you guys are doing. And it was really amazing. And so Neil Young came to us and came and visited our region, and we hosted him. And next thing you know, he's like, I'm going to take you on tour and raise money for your litigation. Because our nation has launched numerous litigations challenging individual projects, unjust policies in the province and at both the provincial level and federal level. And it's not easy doing that. And so we've had some really amazing artists on our side. We've hosted world-renowned director James Cameron. We've worked alongside of the host of Canada's Nature of Things, David Suzuki, and we're recently developing and forging relationships with actors like Mark Ruffalo. I know you can't tell, but that guy's Leonardo DiCaprio. He kind of looks like really funny, right? People are like, oh, that's Leo? And I'm like, yeah, that's Leo. Leonardo DiCaprio and Darren Aronofsky, actually, as well, who's not pictured in here, who's a director famous for things like Requiem for a Dream, Noah, Pi, other art movies. They came to visit. Again, we didn't ask them. They wanted to come visit the tar sands and to come to our community. And these people have really taken our voices and really given the spirit back to our people. In times when we felt like we were a singular voice, trying, the David and Goliath story, these people gave us the energy to come and stand up against things. And I think that what we're doing in my nation is simply trying to uphold our inherent and Indigenous rights and laws that we have inside. And the treaty process in Canada was very convoluted. There was language barriers, there was all sorts of problems. There was the sort of urgency of signing treaty because the settlers were coming, you didn't know what to do. But one of the elders in our community said this quote, as long as the sun is rising here, the river's flowing, the lake is here, and the grass is growing, nothing will change. That's the kind of treaty they made. And he was referring to our ancestors, because that's what we believed in, is protecting and preserving our natural world. And what is happening right now is that it's really narcissistic to have a picture of yourself, right? Someone just took a picture of me doing a presentation with this in the background and said how narcissistic. But I really like this quote, and I put it up because otherwise I butcher it if I don't do it. But right now, in the face of economic development, our people are becoming hostages. Our people and our Mother Earth can no longer afford to be economic hostages in the race to industrialize our homelands. It's time for our people to rise up and take back our role as caretakers and stewards of the land. Masicho. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eriel. That was equally horrifying and inspiring, I have to say, especially the kind of path that you took us on. I'd like to take a few questions for Eriel right now before we move on to the next panel, and I think maybe you could also sit on that panel to participate in a broader discussion. But are there questions from the floor that we can take right now? Hey, we've got, oh my goodness, we have quite a few. Sorry, can you just wait for a sec while we get a microphone for you?
I ask simply because we have settling ponds in Derbyshire as well. What will happen to the settling ponds eventually?
So the government, it's part of their reclamation plan, so those little trees you saw. So the Alberta government a few years ago, because of the ducks landing on the pond, they decided that they wanted to try and address the tailings ponds because they were obviously not just an eyesore, but they were becoming a political pain in the ass for them. So the government created something called Directive 74, which was it's the tailings. The process for, I didn't get into it, I'll give it a little quick. So in order to make the tar sands shippable in pipelines, it has to be processed. And what they do is they take that really raw dirt and they put it in these machines that takes water, from the Athabasca River systems, millions of liters a day, in fact, get taken up from the Athabasca River system and put into these processing plants where they take the bitumen or the tar sands, raw tar sands, and they superheat the water with other chemicals and they spin it to separate the oil from the sand. And the tailings are the wastewater of that process. So that's what's in these massive ponds that are lakes really that now encompass over 160 square kilometers. So government in 2009, maybe 2010, passed Directive 74, which was to phase out of tailings and to clean up the current tailings. That actually hasn't happened, but they've come up with different types of plans in order to try and make that happen. And one of them is really interesting. It is to take a tailings pond and pump it out and put it through a filter and put it in another place and then basically continue to do that. So they're actually destroying numerous places as a part of this process to phase out of tailings. And then what's left are literally deserts in the region, because the Athabasca is kind of like a rainforest. Underneath that thick, dense brush, it's all just like sand and clay. And so what's left are literally what look like deserts. It's sand, and it's kind of toxic sand. They don't know how to clean that up, so all they do is literally take dirt from somewhere else and put it over top of that toxic sand and say, nature will fix itself. That's what they're doing with the tailings ponds. And as opposed to, in sort of contrast to Directive 74, which was passed, all new projects that have been approved for tar sands development actually include the development of new tailings, even though we're supposed to be phasing out of and cleaning up the existing ones. I don't know. So nothing. They're not doing anything.
Peter Chipewyan, I'm an artist with Pamela Martin as a partnership. We thought we got problems here, but obviously they pan into its significance with yours. Could you just describe how maybe artists can help? Because this is about art and natural environment together. How do you think, other than the superstars that you've managed to get, who hopefully gave you some money, I hope so, what about us sort of ordinary artists, people who are just ordinary artists?
I think, like with any social justice movement, that victories come from tipping the scales and engaging citizens and people. And, you know, we as humans are pack animals, and we run in packs, and we run in different types of packs. And it's about trying to find ways to reach out to different demographics. And art is a fantastic way of doing that. I didn't get into it in my presentation, but we've also worked with artist collectives as well. So there's a group called Honor the Treaties based in the United States, which has done some art for us. We've worked, the UK Tar Sands has been involved with a lot of different art projects here in the UK, challenging the different companies that are involved in the tar sands, like BP and Shell and RBS, and doing like art actions. Instead of your typical protest, hey, you gotta go, they're doing art installations, so counter culture art installations, bringing to light what these companies are really doing. And I think the continuation of that is really, really great, because you're engaging the art community and different demographics that are, you know, attracted to art as opposed to, you know, the political activist on the street.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask about the relationship your nation and other nations battling the tar sands have with the labour force working on the tar sands. So where's the labour force drawn from, and do you see them as a sort of an enemy, or do you organise with them around different forms of job creation and you know, so.
It's a really, really good question. We don't look at them as an enemy. I don't think I look at anyone working in this industry as an enemy. I look at the corporations and I look at government as the enemy, because they're the ones creating the precedences and the guidelines and the policies and the regulations for how the industry runs. we have, in fact, had many discussions with the labor force in Alberta. In fact, I spoke at the Labor Union Conference in Alberta this year. And it's tricky because, you know, these people have jobs. They don't want to lose them. And we work with them to try and find the places where we cross over. So what are the concerns of the labor industry? In Alberta, a lot of their concerns come around safety, and safety because of the enormous contamination and human health risks that are associated with it, and also some of the sort of really poor policies that they've created in the province to increase risks with the labor force. And you know, many of our members have jobs in this industry, and it goes back to that last slide. Like, we are literally economic hostages, and this is true to every nation in the region. You have choices. There's a nation called Fort McKay, for example. Fort McKay, they had roadblocks in the 80s and 90s, and now their chief is the poster boy for industry. And this chief was the organizer of the blockades, but he didn't win. And he didn't win because when they had the blockades, it didn't make the news. When they had their actions, no one cared. And eventually, Fort McKay literally became surrounded by industry. And the only reason they're touted as the poster child is because they literally had no choice anymore. And they had a choice between continuing to have nothing and no longer have access to clean water and sustenance food sources, or to sign agreements with industry and government to bring economic development. That community can't even bathe in their water. They have to have all of their drinking water shipped in. The occurrences of cancer, autoimmune diseases, and respiratory diseases in that community is insane. And it's increasing in all of the Indigenous communities in the region. So it's a very complex balancing act that isn't easy, but it's about rethinking the way that we live, rethinking the economic systems, rethinking energy, rethinking our relationship with nature.
Thank you so much, Eriel. And we'll take more questions, I think, after the next panel. So, mantra of the day, we're very sorry, but we must move on. I wanted to also welcome the next panel up to the stage, and in particular the chair of the panel, who will introduce the other panelists, which include 3 artists in the exhibition. The chair of this panel is Jean Fisher. And many of you will have encountered Jean's work because have heard deep engagements with the work of Indigenous artists and artists of the Black British diaspora, and more recently those working in Palestine. She's been really pivotal in aligning post- and anti-colonial thought and practice into the arts. She was a member of Third Text, the editorial board, and continues to be a contemporary writer and critic, and insist on that processes of decolonization must take place in an art context that is still steeped in colonial mechanisms of representation and knowledge-making. Whoa. It's really crucial that Jean is here today to keep this critique of the enduring relationships between colonization and the art world alive at a moment in which art and academic worlds are staging responses to ecological crisis. So Jean will introduce the panel on decolonizing Indigenous epistemologies and our 3 panelists. I'll invite you all to come up now.
Well, welcome to this panel. It's quite a formidable task to follow Eriel, especially as she clearly knows what she's talking about, and I'm never sure that I know what I'm talking about. But I want to welcome our 3 panelists, we have a very brief synopsis of each one, but the fuller CV is in the little exhibition booklet. Eduardo Abaroa. His work investigates the practices of archaeology and anthropology in relation to pre-Hispanic cultures in Mexico. His project, I'm going to read the English version, project for the demolition of the Museum of Anthropology, which I think, Eduardo, is an edited version of the original, yeah, which is now displayed in the exhibition, meditates on the Mexican state's simultaneous fascination with pre-colonial indigenous cultures and its disenfranchisement and oppression of indigenous groups in the present. Mabe Bethônico works in dialogue with archives and other institutions, testing the limits between documentation and construction. Her Museum of Public Concerns is a mobile photographic digital archive that brings collections from individuals, indigenous groups, NGOs, and others into public visibility. Since 2008, Mabe has conducted research related to the mining industry in Minas Gerais, southeast Brazil, where she has investigated the political dimensions of memory and the public archive in relation to the extraction industry. Fernando Palma Rodríguez originally trained as an industrial engineer. His work uses recycled materials to animate zoomorphic forms with robotic movements. These objects combine outsider science and improvised electronic programming with cosmological perspectives drawn from his Nahuatl language and culture. He is a founding member of Calpulitacalco, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to the restoration of the natural environment, history, and culture of the people of Milpalta, the region to the southeast of Mexico City. Before I call the panelists, and Eduardo, if we can start with you, I just would like to make a few introductory comments. There's sort of like a tracing of the history of what I knew as I got engaged with this scenario. The first thing is, who are officially regarded as indigenous people? There's something like 360 million indigenous people in the world. There's no clear official definition, although the UN instituted several mandates to protect indigenous rights. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was first drafted in 1985. And Jimmy Durham was AIM's representative on the International Treaty Council during the early 80s. And I suspect that he had something to do with the drafting of this first attempt at the Declaration. However, the Declaration was not adopted by the Human Rights Council until 2007. It explicitly identifies indigenous peoples as having been subjected to colonial dispossession and/or cultural marginalization by nation states, whilst struggling to retain ancestral lands, languages, and cultures. The draft is not legally binding. Even so, settler states, notably the US, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and Israel, have not unconditionally ratified it. In the past, there's been little justice for indigenous peoples and their ways of life that was not hard-won by indigenous grassroots activism. During the 60s and 70s, when they sought self-determination, they were met with counterinsurgency state violence, assassination, and imprisonment. As the 80s progressed, they increasingly lobbied settler governments over the despoliation of their land and water security by fossil fuel and mining corporations, and by herbicides and pesticides introduced by agribusinesses, which, together with Big Pharma, now practice biopiracy, as TJ mentioned this morning. In 89-90, the Kogi of Colombia's High Sierras broke centuries of voluntary isolation to make a film warning us of climate change. And that was before many of our own scientists would actually believe the evidence. That same year, as Subhankar has noted, the first Rights of Nature book was published, citing white activists. But whites rarely listened to indigenous peoples. The Kogi have since made a second film, which basically says, you weren't listening, were you? So we're going to tell you again. So there has been an immense conceptual gulf between Eurocentric and indigenous American worldviews. We could mention traditional social systems, summed up in Cherokee philosopher Brian Yazzie Burkhart's riposte to Descartes, we think, therefore I am. Or oral traditions. In one of his books, the late Lakota Sioux lawyer Vine Deloria Jr. notes that in 19th century judicial proceedings, Indian oral testimonies were discounted since only written accounts by whites were admissible in court as truth. But for native peoples, oral transmission spoke the archive, and therefore nothing but the truth. Or think of cosmology. Western science is built on Newtonian physics and Cartesianism, which assume an objective view of a world regarded as measurable and hierarchical. And this privileged point of view was complicit with the racist constructs of imperialism. Meanwhile, indigenous knowledge was dismissed as primitive and inconsequential. However, as the Tewa Pueblo scholar Gregory Cajete points out, Native American science actually correlates with quantum mechanics, popularly known as chaos theory or the butterfly effect. Here the observer is an active agent in any observation. Chaos and creativity dynamically coexist. Everything is process, and processes are irreducibly relational and interdependent. So what practical alliances are possible between the aims of environmentalists and the needs of indigenous peoples? If I've been skeptical, it is because I am mindful of the past and what Frantz Fanon said in Black Skin, White Masks. And I quote, "When the whites feel that they have become too mechanized, they turn to the men of color and ask them for a little sustenance." Hopefully, things are changing, at least so far in this conference. It does make me a little less skeptical. So perhaps I can call Eduardo.
Thank you. I have to prepare the presentation here. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be in the same project as so many talented people. I thank every one of you and for your presence. I am probably a little bit, I'm working as an artist in Mexico City. I started introducing myself because I'm not an activist, or my work doesn't even relate to the history of activism or anything of the sort. I basically have tried to analyze several institutions or several art practices in my country. For example, urban sculpture or even the making of toys or stuff, from an ideological perspective. In this case, In 2012, I made a project that has a very direct relationship to this event. I was very mad at the situation in Virikuta, a place where you might probably know as the place where peyote is grown in central Mexico. And they were having a lot of problems with a Canadian mining company that tried to extract silver from the land. And there was a whole campaign that went on about this. It is very interesting to me that I was very new to the topic, but what happened with this situation inspired me to do this other work that I had already, that I'm going to present to you. So here, the pieces I'm going to read a little bit because if not, it's going to be really long. The pieces I present in the Rights of Nature show belong to a body of work that began in 2012 as an installation in an art gallery and gradually included photography, drawing, group discussions, writing, etc. The project is entitled Total Destruction of the Anthropology Museum, and it was presented in the Cuevas Gallery in Mexico City. It all started out as an intricate thought experiment, inspired by the anger and frustration that I felt during the celebration of the 200 years of the Mexican independence. How do I? Okay. The Anthropology Museum is the most important example of Mexican 20th century architecture. It was conceived in the early 1960s by President Adolfo López Mateos, his Secretary of Education, Jaime Torres Bodet, and architect Pedro Ramírez Vázquez, among others. It was completed in 1964. The collection of pre-Hispanic objects that had been kept in the small Museo Nacional or national museums since the independence needed a larger building so that these treasures could be enjoyed by the people of Mexico. Even if the Revolutionary Party or PRI was already starting to show affinity towards capitalism, each president was still temporary dictator during the 6-year period. President López Mateos directly commissioned the Museum of Anthropology as a very important part of his legacy. He agreed to commit all the necessary resources to the project on condition that it would be finished before the end of his term. The museum was built in 18 months. Architect Ramírez Vázquez was already a strong presence in Mexican culture. He traveled to many museums in the world to study the way they function. It is evident that he adopted a very late version of modernism, but he also integrated pre-Hispanic and even colonial Catholic motifs. The main plan of the museum is inspired on the Louvre in Paris. Ramírez Vázquez observed that many times the spectators felt trapped inside the French palace. So he designed a central patio which allows for people to walk between museum halls at their leisure. Here's the main hall, the main patio, excuse me. The building as a whole is inspired on a Mayan architecture. The ground level is designated to the archaeological treasures, and the second floor is designated to the indigenous peoples of the present. So here you can see the main patio of the museum. This is the architect. The Anthropology Museum is Ramírez Vázquez's most accomplished work, but he also designed other important buildings in Mexico like the Shrine of Guadalupe, the Aztec Stadium, and even the logo of the largest media company. He eventually became the most important Mexican architect of the century. His ability to give gracious form to the official ideology by combining the pre-Hispanic with the modern is very appreciated until today. He passed away very recently. The museum was conceived as a complex didactic tool which would house the archaeological treasures of ancient Mexico and make them available for a growing population. Its program embodies very specific ideas that eventually conformed a new nationalism after the Mexican Revolution. This Mexican Revolution happened in 1910. The essay Forjando Patria, Forging a Nation by anthropologist Manuel Gamio is a classic text which permitted a re-evaluation of the indigenous peoples in Mexico. Gamio rejected the idea of the cultural inferiority of indigenous people. He believed that cultural diversity within the Mexican territory was an asset to the new country that would rise from the revolution. Gamio's ideas are an essential component of Mexican nationalism. The science of anthropology, in his opinion, would play a critical role for the new regime. Its task would be to study all these pequeñas patrias, or small nations, to understand all the ethnic groups in order to better integrate and unify a strong Mexican national identity. Another important reference for the ideological genealogy of this museum is José Vasconcelos, a notorious writer, lawyer, politician, and educator responsible for the education policy of the revolutionary government. The museum is, in a certain way, a culmination of his educational program, but Vasconcelos' notion of mestizaje implied the integration of all these cultures of Mexico, or even the cultures in Latin America, into one cosmic race. In both instances, the knowledge of the indigenous groups was important only as part of a larger ideological program. In 1964, when the museum was built, indigenous children were still forced to learn Spanish. The Museum of Anthropology was set up by a fantastic team of scholars like Guillermo Bonfil Batalla, Miguel León Portilla, Eduardo Matos, etc. Many of the top artists of the time made site-specific works for the building. What does it take to demolish the museum? This is a question that I ask. The first phase of the project involved consulting a professional demolition expert to figure out the steps required to destroy the building. Following all necessary security precautions and trying to optimize resources like machinery, recycling, transportation, etc. The only difference from a regular demolition process is that I propose to destroy all the contents of the museum, the pre-Hispanic pieces, the ethnographic collection, museum paraphernalia, articles from the gift store, etc. The installation conveyed the proposed demolition process with a series of props, sketches, and video. Here's the gradual destruction through different methods. There's a color for each method. I'll go very quickly. This is the way we can see it disappear. This is a visualization of the general view of the installation. Aluminum would also be recycled. Excuse me. You can see an example here. Glass is one of the most characteristic materials used in the museum. It would be recycled in its entirety. Aluminum would also be recycled. It was used for the windows. This material had been recently adopted as a construction material. One of the most important Mexican modernist artists at the time, Manuel Fergueres, made an aluminum lattice inspired by Mayan decorations. This slide shows a representation of the debris left after tearing down the building with excavators. The engineer told me that the use of explosives did not make any sense in this case, for the building is too light to crumble under its own weight. 6 excavators would be efficiently used to tear apart the concrete. The process would last about 3 months. In this pile of rubbish, the chunks of marble and concrete hide fragments of archaeological and ethnographic objects, touristic souvenirs, etc. I used official replicas of the archaeological pieces and also made some myself. The engineer also told me that the most difficult and expensive part of the whole process would be to get rid of all the debris. The image in the back, it's a video projection that shows the disintegration of the Cuautlinchan monolith. This huge rock represents a deity whose identity is not known. It is commonly referred to as Tlaloc, the god of rain, but some archaeologists, especially non-Mexican, believe it is Chalchihuitlicue, a goddess of spring and river waters. The Mexican president himself suggested to bring the monolith to decorate the entrance of the museum, given that its archaeological value at the time was not as great as a Mayan work that could not be left outdoors. The piece is an unfinished artwork that was still attached to the ground when it was transported from the town of Coatlinchan to Mexico City. The local population rebelled against the president's wish and even sabotaged the track that had been especially designed to transport the monolith. After a very bitter struggle and the intervention of a rural teacher, the locals agreed to let the sculpture go in exchange for roads, electricity, and a free entrance to the museum for the rest of their lives. The arrival of the monolith was a huge media event in Mexico City. The stone was paraded around town until it was located in the place it still occupies today. There was a huge storm in Mexico City that day, almost as if the god or goddess had brought the rain with him. And some in Coatlinchan said that the rain has left the town ever since. In the year 2007, Governor Peña Nieto, the now president of Mexico, commissioned a replica to be returned to the town of Coatlinchan. To me, this sculpture represents many things. Perhaps the most important of them, it represents the almost absolute power of the Mexican presidents, whose authority cannot be questioned without consequence. In my project, I decided that this piece should be destroyed by explosives, because the demolition expert told me that in many cases politicians who commissioned the demolition insisted on using explosives even if they were not needed, for they created a fantastic spectacle. The column of the central patio that we saw is made with very strong concrete. Excavation would take too much time to tear it down. Excavators would take too much time to tear it down. So the appropriate method would be to use expansive cement. This substance is poured into a set of holes that have been previously drilled in the column. The cement gradually expands with such strength that it tears the structures from within, making the task easier for the excavators and lowering costs. This is a material example of how you use this thing. The cement is this dust that you find under these two columns, and I didn't use any hammer or anything, it just expanded and broke the concrete. This piece, for example, also represents part of the museum. Other objects in the museum, such as this wooden structure or perhaps the books in the library, would be more efficiently destroyed with fire. So the show at the gallery implies a sculptural endeavor. It's not about information per se. Although it tried to mimic the way that objects are displayed in the museum. And so it was excuse me. The total destruction of the Anthropology Museum is a hyperbolic fantasy which opens a discussion on the instrumentalization of the indigenous cultures of Mexico, past and present. Many spectators are very critical of the work, mentioning the lack of respect to national symbols. Why would someone destroy an institution that has helped millions of people, children, tourists, citizens, scientists, understand the cultures of our country? Mexico is always haunted by its indigenous component. The definition of Mexican nationality itself during the revolution in 1910 relies heavily on anthropology, given that it was a tool to unify just a century ago a territory that was inhabited by a very large number of diverse ethnic groups. The 20th century was a good period of integration. The museum glorified the past, but was a tool to unify the complexity of these societies sometimes even deliberately destroying the cultures it glorified, their languages, etc. The demolition of this anthropology museum should be seen as the recognition of its obsolescence as an instrument for knowledge, an obsolescence which many of its creators are well aware of, given its partial view of the indigenous problem. But also, the demolition project embodies, ironically, the neoliberal wishful thinking that this problem will just fade away into modernity. In my project, I do not get out of the museum into the real Mexico. I'm always trapped. I have refused to go out of it for the length of the project. My critique is trapped inside the institution in order to think about its inner workings. The show in the gallery is completed by a series of guided tours. I invite people to see the museum from a different perspective, given an insight explanation of what the process of demolition might be, but also generating a discussion of the motivations and concerns behind this project. So here I'm going to be a little bit more spontaneous in my presentation. Yeah, it's always important to be fast with the description of the project in the first phase. Now I'm going to show you some images. This is the way that the museum is actually used by the powerful in Mexico. All these people are very powerful entrepreneurs, politicians, etc., and they go and make their events. It is rented for the top luxury events in the city. In this case, it's a benefit auction trying to promote benefit projects for entrepreneurs. These are some of the companies that sponsor the museum. At the beginning, it was a completely state-sponsored institution, but now, gradually, as many institutions in Mexico and perhaps in the world, it has been very it has gone into private sponsorship. Some of them are quite questionable. Televisa, for example, is very keen into destroying or trying to lobby against indigenous radio, which are essential to many communities. And Cinemex is actually a movie theater company owned by Grupo México, a mining company, the largest in Mexico, who is also responsible for quite a few terrible accidents in the environment. So you can see that they somehow it's somehow contradictory the way they propose this. In the museum, we have this. I always go there and feel the sense that the museum tries to make these cultures that people know them, but at the same time, it also tries to destroy them. No, and this happens a lot, even since the conquest of Mexico. Even much of what we know with people like we were talking about Diego de Landa the other day, or even Bartolomé, all of them were basically writing down all the information on these cultures in order to evangelize better. And you have this sense also in the museum that the museum is still lending a place to knowledge that it somehow is undermining in the background. No? Well, we have this touristic photograph there. I'll go quickly. Some of these pictures are only I took hundreds and hundreds of photographs, and I just selected ones that gave me some idea of how the interesting moments of how the museum works. It is interesting that the epistemology of the museum is outdated. These are the entrances of each hall, but they do not relate to what is the current studies of these cultures. And they have been left like that, almost as some kind of relic. The architect himself, they tell me, went every Wednesday to see that everything was exactly as he had left it, or he was supervising constantly. So it's interesting to me is it's not only historic in terms of relating to an historic past, but it's also an interesting thing to see, to go back in history at the time of the museum. No? Some of these signs have been remodeled now, but they just, many of the archaeologists even agree that the knowledge that is present in the museum is obsolete already, in terms scientifically. I tried to. I don't have much time left, but I'm trying. What I tried to do in the notes that we see in the museum, in the Nottingham Museum, is to do sort of like an aftermath of the project in the gallery. Many people told me, well, if you don't like this museum, what would you do? And I'm like, well, okay, let's do something. Let's try to imagine a museum that had a different kind of information. The reason I don't like the museum is basically that it is very much focused on the past of indigenous cultures, and it very little shows the people all the geopolitical consequences, all the processes that are involved and that affect indigenous people. I think that this is something that many artists in this show do. They try to locate different processes in which the culture and biology and geology and industry intertwine and create very interesting assemblages. And I think that a museum or the museum I envision could do that. For example, in the case of corn in Mexico, Mexico is the center of origin of corn, as many of you may well know. And we now are facing the constant threat of transgenic introduction of this seed. This seed will completely completely destroy the field in Mexico, because it depends on the free trade of seeds, and this is what keeps the corn alive. If you introduce just one variety, you can't grow it. Mexico is a very diverse country geologically, so you can't plant corn in the mountain and then near the sea or something. It has to be different varieties. So we have to preserve this biocultural legacy. There's this scientist who Sarukan, who's saying that if you just keep a genetic information in some kind of genetic bank or something, it would be like wanting to see a movie with just one square. In the case of corn, for example, we need to preserve the whole process of biology intertwined with culture. So, well, that's it for me. Thank you very much. Excuse me?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Process-wise, quite related. So in my work, I have been making circulate content about Brazilian context. I think this light is a bit disturbing. I can't see anyway. Great, thank you. So I've been trying to make circulate content about Brazilian context that's not otherwise available. So I do that through my work as a vehicle sort of way, and searching to discuss certain issues with a certain emphasis on mining, but in some pieces it's not necessarily directly related to mining. As in the Museum of Public Concerns, there are various issues that we are tackling, including the production or the thinking of the Machacali indigenous group in Minas Gerais. I'm not directly speaking about them either, but I started a project 2 years ago about a traveler, geographer, who went to Brazil in the 50s in a mission of UNESCO. And his mission was to map the mineral richness of the northeast of Brazil. And he made a report and a physical map about all that he had located in terms of richness. Apparently it was to help develop economically the region. It's the Caatingas, the white forest of Brazil, complete the opposite of the abundance of the Amazon that's very seductive to the world. It's a place with, well, I cannot go on very deeply about the Caatinga, but it's very affective to all Brazilians, affective in the same way that the Amazon affects us. But it's very unknown, and it's much less green, and it's the semi-desert of Brazil. But and think what was happening in these mines today, who made use of this map. So I proposed to do a translation of this book without speaking French, so I stayed 1.5 years translating word by word, and it was through this book that I also went to the Caatinga, which I've never been before. So I adopted in the work, in my work for the first time, the whole of translation, and for this evening today, this day, I thought I could do that again in a way, translating another French book that I've been trying to dig out, which is a book written by a Frenchman together with a Brazilian shaman, Yanomami, Davi Kopenauer. It's a very thick, important book that has been circulating since 2010. But it circulates only in French, and it never came out in Portuguese as well. And symptomatically, the relevance of this book, it came in 2013 in English, and so until now, it hasn't been published in Brazil. But apparently will be published by the end of this year, otherwise I would have done it myself, but I came in late, it took me too long to learn French with my author, Aubert de la Rue. So what I decided to do today, I brought some images of Aubert de la Rue, of other contexts. It's to do with the Caatinga, but it's to do with a collection of all over the world that he was collecting throughout his whole career. He died in the 90s, and he made a huge compilation of fences all over places he went. So I brought a collection of this, so you can look at that while I read portions of this book by Davi Kopenauer. I selected a portion of the book where he discusses what is ecology for him. It's a bit fragmented the way I brought it, because he can be quite repetitive in his discourse, and I try to make it short for the time we have here. So Davi is a very important shaman from the Yanomami. It's very north, up north, the Amazon. The Yanomami are a very important symbol for Brazilian culture and love of the Amazon, because they're quite emblematic, resistant. They were discovered since the 18th century. They knew the existence of them, but they were known as very violent until the 19th century. And they were only effectively contacted in the 60s. Right at the 70s, this French author who wrote the book with him, his name is Bruce Albert, he began to go to the tribe. Bruce was very young, and he lived throughout the decades going there to the Amazon and living with Davi. They had enormous exchanges. Bruce learned their language, and apparently it says in the book that Davi asked Bruce to write a book with what he was saying, like a testimony. So the thick book has a lot of the speeches of Davi, the exchanges between them, and Bruce obviously looks at the Yanomami in his anthropological studies. So we go through the images, and somewhere they will relate to the text of Davi. So right before we'll start with the images, and I just have to quote in another chapter where he speaks about ecology. He explains what O Mama is. We need to know what O Mama is so you understand better the text. He defines, O Mama is who created the earth and the forest, the wind, the leaves, and the rivers from where we drink water. It is him who gave us life and made us many. Our ancestors since always say his name. So we keep in mind this "oh mama." He goes on then in the chapter about ecology, which I sort of cut out in fragments. "Oh mama" was at times the center of what the whites call ecology. It's true, much before these words existed amongst them, and of which they speak so much, it was already between us, without us calling in the same way. Since always, the words from the spirits to protect the forest exists for the shamans. If we had books like them, the whites could note how these words are old. In the forest, it is us, the human beings, which are the ecology. But it is just as much the Shapiri. Shapiri are the spirits of the things in the forests. So for us, just as much the Shapiri, the game, the trees, the rivers, the fish, the sky, the wind, and the sun. It is all that is existing in the forest, far from the whites, and that is still not surrounded by fences. The words of ecology are our ancient words, those which Mama has given to our ancestors. The Shapiri, he says, Shapiri again is the spirit embedded in all things in the forest, in all things. The Shapiri defend the forest since it exists. It is because they had them on their side that our ancestors had never devastated it. Isn't it still alive? The whites, who on the other hand ignore those things, start today to understand. It's because some of them have invented new words to protect the forest. They call them people of ecology, as they are worried to see their earth becoming more and more hot. So elsewhere, Davi continues. In the old days, our ancients could not make the whites understand their words about the forest, as they didn't know their words, their language. And those, as they arrived in their home, had not yet spoken of ecology. They demanded jaguar skins, deer skins. At that time, they didn't have any of these words to protect the forest. They appeared in their cities not long ago until they ended up saying, oh, we have dirtied our lands and our rivers, and our forest is shrinking. It is necessary to protect the little left under the name of ecology. I think they got feared to see devastated the places where they live. In the beginning, when I was young, very young, I never heard the whites speak of protecting nature. It was much later, while I was angry and began to speak against the gold miners and their illnesses shawara, that suddenly these new words came to my ears. Well, just a parenthesis here, these illnesses shawara were illnesses that the Indians always feared. With the arrival of people comes new viruses, and often they are discovering new illnesses and decimating the people, like it was with flu in the first place, and chicken pox, and whatever people bring into the forest that throughout the ages have killed in many phases the Yanomami. So they have the illnesses, what they call shawara. So he continues, I think in Brazil it was Chico Mendes that made them spread everywhere, because I began to hear of that while the whites began to speak about him. This was very interesting that he quotes Chico Mendes. Chico Mendes was a rubber tapper in the 70s. Well, he was living inside the forest, a very poor sort of life. When he was 20, he was alphabetized, and he became a leader in the protection of the forest. And in such a scale of importance that he involved with the foundation of the Workers' Party, PT, the Brazilian PT, and he was key in spreading for the first time in Brazil the word of protecting the forest, 70s and 80s. And in the mid-80s, he was shot down. He was shot dead by farmers. Okay, so he mentions Chico Mendes as being this sort of porte-parole, this voice that for the first time is together with the sense of ecology for him. So he goes on. Once the stories of ecology appeared in the cities, our words about the forest could be understood. The whites began to listen to me. Our propositions could then spread far from our homes, drawn on the skin of images or captured by those of television. I quite like this part when it is drawn on the skin of images. It's not my translation, it's really what's there in French. So it's sort of a way of capturing the body of the image somehow. This is interesting. So for the first time, it was visually being reproduced somewhere. This is what he's saying, I think. So he goes, it's because our thoughts are not as hidden as before. I thought, he continues, this is not my voice, I thought, now that the whites have invented their words of ecology, they cannot content themselves by repeating them in vain to do new lies. They must really protect the forest and all that lives, the game, the fishes, the spirits, and the humans. I'm a son of the first inhabitants of the forests, and their words became mine. Now I'll make the whites understand so they can be impregnated. When they speak about the forest, the whites often use another word, which is milieu naturel. That's in the book. And in Portuguese, it's meio ambiente. Both in French as in Portuguese, meio is environment at the same time as it is half. So he plays with this idea of half. So milieu naturel, meio ambiente. He's bothered by this idea. So he goes, this word is also not one of ours, and we ignore it until recently. For us, what the whites name like that is what is left of earth and forest cut with their machines. What is left from all that has been destroyed until now. I don't like this word, milieu, or meio. Earth should not be divided by half. We inhabit the forest, and if it's divided, we know we will die with it. I prefer that the whites speak of an entire nature, or ecology. He has both nature and ecology in quotes. If we defend the forest in its totality, it will remain alive. If we divide it to protect the small parcels, which are not more than residue of what has been taken away, this will do no good. With some rests of trees, rests of waters, rests of games, fishes, and humans that inhabit it, breath of life will be very short. This is why we are worried. If the whites speak today of protecting the nature, they should not lie as their older ones have done. We shamans will simply say that we protect the entire nature. In their place, the whites have devastated almost everything. They keep only some fragments, which they have surrounded by fences. I think now the intent is that they do the same with ours. I think now they intend to do what they have done to us. This saddens and worries us. I wouldn't like that my ones inhabit a rest of forest, neither that we become rests of human beings. Contrary to the whites, it's not the forest and the earth that we eat. We feed ourselves with the game, its fish, the fruits of its trees, the honey of its bees, and the plants of our gardens. Well, this is quite a focused sort of text that he's willing to sort of frame these ideas. But what I first was looking at his book was for a more cosmological that is also existent. But only I was already quite old when I first read indigenous legends and stories. And what I would like I also thought of bringing here was one of the stories that probably could also contribute to our discussion here that I couldn't find because this is so rare in Brazilian literature and also circulating. It wasn't easy for me to find this. But how they tell their stories, cosmological sort of explanations. where one thing derives into another and it's so unhierarchical. For example, you have a bird that devours a leaf, and the leaf speaks something, and then it falls on the floor and transforms into something else. And this is heard by a human, and the human dies from it. And there's all these stories like a chain of transformations until something becomes something. But I think in a way, this what Davi was saying in this portion brings a little bit of that. And he's sure to remark also all this spirituality related to Omama and Shapuri and all that. So that's it. And this is, the images are from the Museum of Ethnography of Geneva. This is where the whole archive of Aube de la Rue is. And I had to go through all the production of photographs of de la Rue to locate where the Caatinga images were, because he was a collector of his own production in a very organized way by themes. So these are the fences of all over the world to think about. Okay, thank you. So we have Eduardo, we have what's the name of your
Okay. I think it's...
Is this the one? Calpuli. Yeah?
Yeah.
This is the one. I think we just go.
How can you make it? I don't know. I don't use this machine. Window. Slideshow. You know the slideshow. Okay, that one. You're still gonna have to pick it. This one here.
Tlasokamati, nechpaktiani kanka, cosa ni pahpake, ni mitzmitas. Nechpaktia ni mis tlapalos y ni milis in Malacachtepec Momosco Tlaca. No toca Fernando, no Sengelis, ni toca a Huehuecoyotl. Tlasokamati ni palnepowani. Tlasokamati sentetl tonali sentetl huitzincapa. Xinichita, na nika topipilanzi, ximoitili, noknewa, noaltlana, nomexicatlalna, enantlalna, yuquetlalna. Es lengua náhuatl. Es la lengua que hablaron los aztecas, es la lengua que se habla en mi comunidad aún. Es una comunidad en las afueras del Distrito Federal de la Ciudad de México. Es una comunidad compuesta de 12 pueblos y que han funcionado desde tiempos prehispánicos como una confederación. En la actualidad estamos prácticamente a la orilla de la Ciudad de México. I'm speaking different languages just simply because I think it is important that we look after languages. Nahuatl is the language of the Aztecs. Where I come from, it is still spoken, but just by a very short fraction of people. I'm glad to say that Some of them are young children, but the vast majority are older people, older than me. I'm really glad to be here because it gives me the opportunity to speak about where I come from, the Momoshka people. It is very little known, and I think it's, of course, assumed that 500 years it took place, the colonization of Mexico, what is all recognized today as Mexico. I'm afraid it isn't like that. We are a confederacy of 12 different towns that have functioned in such a way since pre-Hispanic days. But today, we are very close to Mexico City. We travel to Mexico City today from our homeland into the center. It would take me, in good days, maybe 2 hours, actually, to the edge of, to the first underground station. And in bad days, depending on traffic, up to 3 hours. It is far, but not far enough. I feel Mexico is, as I've like to quote many times, the place where two tectonic plates are still colliding, Occidental ways and native ways. And I say that because I cannot really imagine what it was like when Cortés arrived there. In some, I wish I had them here, I don't brought them here in, but in Google you can find the way it looked in those days where Mexico City stands today. It is a huge, it was a huge lake, huge, a lot larger than it is to house 20 million people that are living there. At least this is what they are telling us since the 1990s. Nobody knows how many people live in Mexico City. More and more people are coming. Many of us living there come from indigenous communities. It was out of a project that began in the 1930s. In fact, shortly after the revolution, like Eduardo is telling us, when they decided that Mexico needed to be competitive to the rest of the world. That means the presidencies, people who, of course, won the revolution in Mexico, and decided that the best way was to move Indian people, to allure indigenous communities to Mexico because they needed, of course, a workforce. And some of the ways that they made them, they're really macabre in some ways because in the first place, the story of Mexico actually typifies a lot of the stories that we have heard today. And maybe there's not much time for that. But my point is that 20 million people living there together with industries, with cars, over 4.5 million cars moving in Mexico City, that's the estimation today. So much heat is created by the city that it simply creates such an immense volume of hot air moving into the upper areas of the sky, and that where we come from, the Mosca, is woodland, and it creates such a huge hurricane type of winds that just 3 years ago knocked down in one evening about 40,000 trees. For those who already been to the exhibition, that's what the horse is implying to be. At the same time, I'd like to talk a little bit about my work. In fact, the works you see here are just like the way I like to present ideas that I feel are far more important than making robots. You may have seen the machine that goes up and down, the butterflies. Well, they are allegories in some form to certain aspects of what we've been discussing today. For me, they are actually an interest in electronics because I believe that the electronic world is responsible for many of the things that we do, especially the way we behave, especially the way we think. And I like to quote, I say at this moment that the language that I speak, I learned it from my mother, but I learned it when I was already old. My mother didn't speak it because she was, of course, like in many other parts of the world, persuaded by her parents that it was best in order not to be discriminated. So the word Tecalco is the name of an AC, a non-profiting organization that my mother and my family runs together. And there, I think, in a way, the two things become together or come together. My practice as an artist and the environmental work that we are doing over there. These sort of things, I think, become more apparent when I, in the course of my reading, came across an anecdote that Russell Means says in his works that you can see in his discussion in the internet. He says that one day an elder of his part of the world, of his reservation, was told by a white man that he thought that if Indians were more proactive to work, then they would be better off. And the elder apparently answered that he understood very well what it meant to work, but what he didn't understand was the concept of vacation. And he explained it because you guys spend most of the year working to live a week or two the way we ought to be living, really. And I think that it typifies our way of thinking, but I wonder really where this way of thinking comes from, in a sense. The work that we do at Calpuli Tecalco, as I explained, is a non-profit organization. And when I was invited to this show and eventually to this talk today, I was in two minds whether to talk just about my work as an artist or the work that we do in Calpuli Tecalco. So it's neither of the two, but I have here you can see that more of the work of Calpuli Tecalco in the website that we have. San Pedro Atocpan is the town I come from. It's right at the heart of Mexico, exactly where, well, more or less exactly where the two sierras, the Sierra Madre Oriental and the Sierra Madre Occidental cross over. In fact, the north is just a little bit southern in Oaxaca, but this part of the world is highly mountainous, and Mexico City is 2,500 meters above the sea, and our town is another 200 meters above Mexico City. And the community is Atocpan. This is how it used to look not that long ago. And I'm just going to show you a few pictures of what we do at Calpuli Tecalco, because I'd like to explain a little bit more about what languages are about, or what I interpret languages to be, and how they, in a way, reformat our way of thinking and perceiving the world. Where I come from is full of hills, and the hills have this, what I think is a very beautiful way of using the land. These are actually archaeological sites. We know this because at Calpuli Tecalco we've been working with the Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia, with two particular archaeologists, and we know for a fact that there are over 47 archaeological sites in the area. But what people don't know, and what my own community has forgotten, is that this particular feature of the hills was one day, in not that long ago, places for cultivating and more precisely for experimenting with different crops of maize corn, given the form that it has and that some of the terraces are actually very, very narrow. In other words, that it was far too much work to have created such narrow terraces for the little yielding of whatever it was produced there. But now we know that it was corn, squash, and beans that were experimented. So this in pre-Hispanic times was actually a laboratory, an open-air laboratory. And we know also that some of these constructions date to the times of Teotihuacan, people who constructed the better-known pyramids of Mexico. So of this, we are very concerned, proud and concerned. Mexico City is not that far away, and this is what we are experiencing today. Nothing new in that it happens everywhere in the world. But when we consider that there is a lot of, that Mexico, I think it ranks in the third place in biodiversity, then it's actually very important to not to just hold the city, it's already too large, but also to full-on try and resolve the different problems that the community faces. This is one of them, which incidentally, it is mostly poor people from the rest of the Republic that move into Mexico City in the allure that, of course, that the city is going to provide them with a better life. And they are appropriating in a squatting way the hills. Of course, everybody needs a place to live, and people are coming for, looking for bettering their lives. But it creates a lot of different corrupt systems, because I think from what you heard from Eduardo, Mexico built a mythology upon indigenous people, but has really become, in the process, what I believe, like many other people believe, a non-existent country. In other words, Mexico, I'm not afraid to saying it, is a failed state as a country completely, because right now is only second to Iraq in terms of one of the most violent countries in the world. In the last 6 years, over 22,000 people have disappeared totally and completely. Nobody's answering for these sort of crimes. The closeness that we have to the USA explains many things, but of course, in the last meeting that President Peña Nieto and Obama had, this in fact was deeply criticized because it is not really apparently a concern to the USA. It is said by the USA that many more people of their citizens have died to do with the war on drugs in Mexico, and in the territory of Mexico, and in the territory of the USA. The number is larger than the people dying, Americans dying in the Iraq war. In that sense, this is a problem that demands very little attention to authorities. Not alike to places like where I come from. And I like to say that we began in a more or less disorganized way, just simply responding to a situation that has become critical. It's not really visible there, but there are a lot of discarded cars there. It's an estimation that 30 cars per hour, something like that, are stolen in Mexico City. And they are used for all sorts of things. When they are done, mostly for criminal purposes, they chop them into pieces and discard them in the area of Milpalta. Some of the works we have done are more documentary, and perhaps whoever is interested can see them with more information in our webpage. But have to do with the mountains. Milpa Alta, the 12 towns, have an area of 128,000 hectares. It is little known, for instance, in Mexico, that all this land, the land of the Momoshka, actually has enjoyed a much better quality of life than the rest of Mexico City, because right from about 1560, that is about 30 years or so after the conquest of Mexico, the Momoshka signed a treaty with the Spanish crown in which Momoshka people were guaranteed independence in exchange of becoming Christians. It is for that reason, perhaps, that Milpa Alta still is enjoying a better quality of life, but is rapidly disappearing along with the woodlands, as I was saying earlier. Incidentally, Milpa Alta has this, a lot of the woodlands are now in such a state, and but it still is a lot of not too eroded woodlands in Milpa Alta. But what makes it even more important is that the area is highly volcanic. In a lot of the rain that seeps through the mountain is collected in the infrastructure of the underground, and from then there is pumped out, and the area alone produces something like 50,000 square cubic meters a day of water that ends up in Mexico City, meaning that to forget that the mountains are important for Mexico City is just simply suicidal. So we've been doing this type of work, and from Milpa Alta you can actually see the remnants of a lake Mezcliapan that was called before the conquest. Nowadays is just a little, well, it's not even the size of, say, Nottingham. No, it's actually very small, when it used to cover a huge area in the mountains. So, what I'm trying to explain, perhaps, is that since colonial times, since the first contact, Mexico has become the center of where two diverse ways of looking at life are, of course, producing these results. But in Milpa Alta, we are using still some of all the terraces, and one of the main products is this type of cactus, which is actually help the society to practically not go through the recession that was very deep in the 1980s, simply because the communal spirit of the inhabitants is still very strong. And I started by explaining that, by saying that Milpa Alta are practically have forgotten the Nahuatl language. I'll be going a little bit faster now. My mother, 16 years ago, began teaching the language to kids. We have seen some really nice results, really good, excellent results with people who are nowadays at university with degrees. We carry on this type of workshops, and right from the start, the art has been very important in what we are doing. Part of it has been the studying of pre-Hispanic codices. These are just to show some examples of work that I have been doing in epigraphy. And because time is not allowing it, I'm just going to go to recap in saying that to me, the studying of electronics has taught me a few things, and I just like to point them out here. If this is true, according to this law of Laws More, the technology of the transistor is very close to collapse. Nowadays, the transistor is ever so small that there is simply no technology available to make way with the transistor. If this was the case, according to this law, the entire economy of the world would simply collapse, because every single thing in our days, of course, is moved by electronics, whether it's an investigation in the stratosphere, whether it's an investigation in the sea, everywhere, everything we touch through electronics. But what that means to me is that the electronics world, in a sense, has reformatted not only our whole conception of the way we look at the world. In the Nahuatl language, for instance, there is no conception of verb to be. It is very difficult speaking Spanish or English to conceive culture without the verb to be. Another concept that is actually really interesting in the language is the total absence of the word rubbish. And it's always surprising me how in Spanish and in English we have so very many readily available words to connote rubbish. And what that means to me is that rubbish is actually born in our heads. Before it's actually presented in the outer world, first of all, it is inside of us. What hope do we have to reformat it, so to speak, our minds, if we were to carry on using the concept of rubbish? But what hope do we have when the transistor is about to collapse and virtually there will be a collapse in the economy worldwide, when it actually has helped us to build what we are? If there is a chance in the next 10 years of creating a new technology other than the transistor, fun or fantastic, you know. But my point really is that if we don't, we are in real deep trouble, because it's not just a question of Milpalta or the rest of the world, as we have heard. It's actually the entire world holding onto the device, the transistor. Just one last thing. I find that this is a really important statistic, even though it's 10 years old, because we are alarmed if the dolphins are dying or any other animal is dying, and we are prepared to put our money into that. But languages that have been created by, or rather, have they been created by ourselves, is something that is actually an important issue for mankind, because examples like the language, the Nahuatl language, are abundant in the world, especially when we consider that the areas with large biodiversity have created enormous numbers of languages, languages, perhaps we can say. But with our current technological language, I don't think we really have much hope, because politicians are ready to express that there will be a form of cleaner energy. There is no such thing as cleaner energy. The car, from the moment it's created, is rubbish. The moment it's running through the streets, everywhere it goes, is rubbish. There is a statistic about London, where in the 1910s, the transport had an average of 11 miles per hour because cars were pulled with horses. That statistic, it hasn't changed. So in over 100 years, there has been no progress in terms of using cars. I, for one, I really like to say this. I did have 2 cars when I was young, not at the same time. They were old. Crashed them, both of them, so I was really responsible. And decided not to drive. I have more than 30 years that I don't drive a car. I don't want to have a car. And I think everybody who really believes are environmentalists should stop using cars. That's it.
I'll sit on the end. Well, thank you very much to all my panel. It raises, what they've said raises so many issues that I'm not sure where to start. One thing that Eduardo mentioned seemed to be important to me. He talked about the multidisciplinary practices amongst the artists in the exhibition. And I thought that was an interesting comment because I'd like to just point out that the Maori scholar, Linda Smith, in her book called Decolonizing Methodologies, says that the Eurocentric imperialist point of view has been inherent in research practices. And to some extent, that might include art practices. It certainly would include, for indigenous peoples, would include archaeology and anthropology. So I wondered if the panel here have any thoughts on that notion of how to go about research and whether you think about alternative methodologies, which, as Linda Smith says, the indigenous peoples are trying to develop. They might actually kind of coincide with some more imaginative artistic practices. But just one other point that we could talk about, and then I'll shut up, is that the theme that runs through all your work is around the archive, the museum, the collection, and research from that. And I think that's why this notion of research just like occupied my mind here. So I'm going to sit down. And then we will open everything to everyone's questions. Thank you. So,
yes, let me see if I understood correctly. You mean that how to integrate a diverse cultural diversity into the concept of research?
More like just and hello. More like the fact that, for example, you've done this satirical piece about how to blow up the Museum of Anthropology. I'd quite like to employ you to blow up the Tate Gallery because of crimes against art. But
next.
But now I've lost the thread. It's to do with, it's the methodology of the museum that you're attacking, even though I might take you to task on the fact that you're blowing up the contents as well, because that's someone else's patrimony. And so for native peoples, sometimes it's the only place they can do to recuperate their heritage, if you like. So that's the thing. You were, like attacking the methodology of the museum.
Yes, well, not attacking in the sense that I want it to disappear immediately. If you think of it, the fact that is the only place where people can see these codexes, it's a confirmation of my unrest. Because you could probably say that they should be somewhere else, or they should be available in a different form, etc. They are hoarded there, and so in a way, I guess my problem. Many people said, "Well, why don't you tear down the gallery?" And I'm like, "It's not that interesting." It could be everybody. It would be an easy thing because many people do not like galleries today. But the Museum of Anthropology is a very loved institution, and it's if you go there, it's very lively. It's a positive thing for most people. What I think is that the problem is what is around it, what doesn't happen at the outside, and the fact that an institution like the museum, be it this one or elsewhere with different coordinates, serves as an alibi for the detrimental conditions around it, it should cause give cause for a problem. I have this alternate map of the museum assignating each hall to a different ecological catastrophe, for example. Why don't we have a museum that tells you about all these issues? I think in many art places like this one, you can see some vestiges of what could be the Museum of World Conservation or something like that. So that's what I mean, basically.
Right.
It's not, and also,
So
I do not belong to any of these groups, and I cannot imagine even trying to be a spokesman for them. But I think that I am responsible for the fact that Mexico does this, and this is my culture too. So even if it relates to groups that seem foreign to me because I am westernized, I'm still part of my culture, and as writer Heriberto Yepes says, the country will not heal until it understands that this is their responsibility. It is our responsibility to heal this wound inside of us, because we are all Mexicans in a way. No, we share a history that is terrible, and I think that this may apply to Western museums too. I don't know.
We definitely need a museum of catastrophes, yes.
Excuse me?
We need a museum of catastrophes, yes.
Maybe.
But Fernando, you've chosen to investigate what has not been investigatable by white researchers, basically.
Well, I just started hinting at the idea of, a body of work that I've been doing in epigraphy. The entire countryside of Milpalta, of these 12 towns I was talking about, is named in Nahuatl still. And the mountains, the ravines, the farmlands, and so on and so on. When I didn't speak the language, I saw them just like everybody else did, or does in my hometown, which is just regarding the Abbas as some product of human activity, and that's it. But learning the language is meant to me that I have the ability to see the countryside, same hills and so on, with very distinctive eyes. I was always envious of other indigenous groups that they talk about this reverence for the land, this reverence for mountains and so on. Till I learned the language, I realized that this is the case. Because every single mountain in Milpalta has a name like Cuauhtzin, which means revered eagle, Tlaloc, which means the god of rain, Tchekwie, which means the Lord of Dust, and till very recently they were still worshipped by many of the locals. The rest of the land is named still in that way. So then I know that where now there is a market, there was a arable land, a piece of land that is called, for instance, well, like our organization, Calpuli Tecalco. Tecalco means the house of stone. There is no house of stone anymore. So it's an alive way of noting for the environment. So in that sense, it does not just stop there. It also extends to the names of plants, like there's a plant called Sihuapachtli, which means the herb for women. It is a plant that was prescribed to women when, at the moment of child labor, because it the uterus and so on, and many more things like that. So in a way, if Eduardo was given his way, I wouldn't mind in a sense, because daily there are appearing many forms of memories, and I think this is not Mexico, because obviously what's the name of the city before Nottingham? The case that all the towns that finish in Chester and like Manchester and so on, they are for one or another reason, I don't know exactly, but they are Roman towns. Memory, in that sense, is not really restricted to objects. It's everything. The damage is obviously the scars that we are seeing everywhere else, and scars, of course, they are also memory. So, what if we create a world that is full of bad memories? Very little time we concern ourselves with thinking that I'm talking to my loved one and I'm saying beautiful things, and I'm talking to my enemy and I'm full of anger, and that the actual waves that are transmitting the sentiments, they're actually going through my body and everybody else's bodies. We have very little time to think about whether electricity as such is actually contaminated. We know that the seas are, that the stratosphere is. We don't stop to think that electricity itself is contaminated. I believe it is, because in the end, like you were hinting earlier, quantum mechanics point out everything is vibration. It is in that sense that perhaps I went too long, and perhaps I'm going too long here, but that I believe that the electronic world it really is such an artificial conscience that is enable us to see the world as if it was just a tangible object outside myself that doesn't allow me to actually perceive myself as part of it. One thing that I feel I'm very pleased about this event is to realize that many more cells around the world are now getting together, and that we are creating a different type of conscience. We need to readdress the idea of conscience. I read somewhere in the electronic jargon that either we are all cyborgs or zombies. And the definition spans from the idea that when we started walking on two legs, basically our legs became kind of meaningless. You know, we don't get up in the morning and say, legs, take me to school or something like that. We just simply don't appreciate them in that sense. And that's the definition of a cyborg that actually uses a technology and is not conscious of it. Of a zombie. Never mind telephones and so on.
I really liked that you brought up the book Decolonizing Research Methodologies, because I think it's really appropriate given the context of this conference and even the presentations, because I think art serves as this purpose of pushing the boundaries of the way we see things and perceive things and even digest things. And the presentation with the slideshow by, I can't remember your name. Mabe, overlapping with the readings from the book, really sort of contextualize these very different ways of seeing and knowing. And the book, Decolonizing Research Methodologies, talks about that indigenous peoples view things from a very different lens and perspective. And as indigenous people, reclaiming our place in this world in an attempt to protect our species and the thriving of our species on this planet is going to take shifting that lens in the way that we look at research and the way that we look at the earth as a whole. And the book really talks about how, as indigenous people, we don't see things in that sort of linear path, and we don't understand things like fences and parameters and putting things in museums, and that there's this very, very different way of knowing and being and experiencing things. And I really liked what Cormac said in the beginning, which was that it's time for us to abandon this anthropocentric colonial illusion that we are separate from the natural world. And that sort of sentiment rings through true in the book of Decolonizing Research Methodologies. And I think this is where we're at, and this sort of cross-section of the activist world and artists pushing the boundaries of exactly that, research methodologies, how we understand and interact with our natural environment is really where we need to be going and really where we are going. And sometimes it's hard because it feels like in the urgency of climate change that we're not doing what needs to be done as quickly as it needs to be done. But as indigenous peoples, we also, in the books clearly states, is that our process is very different. And so how do we start to bridge these gaps? And my nation is trying to do that. We're really, really trying to merge Western science and research methodologies with our own research methodologies, the way that our elders perceive the natural environment. You know, our data is sometimes at odds with the Western data. So, you know, we say caribou go here, and they're like, oh, well, we collared 12 caribou, and they didn't go in this region. Well, it's like, well, I killed one there last winter, so they obviously go there. And so the oral histories and it's just, we're in a really interesting time where I think we need to slow down a little bit and listen to ourselves as a species that exists in a symbiotic relationship with the environment. Even though there's this sort of state of urgency that we have to address climate change. I don't know, I'm kind of rambling now, but yeah.
May I ask a question? How do you regard the possibility of reproducing your culture, your nations? Because the last time I went to Washington, I went to this museum that they have of the American how's it called?
The American Indian.
The American Indian, and I was very surprised. It did have the participation, not like the museum I talked about, of the people of the nations, and it was very strange to try to how they tried to figure out how to preserve oral tradition by means of some sort of talking device, you know. So my question would be, given this technological research and these decolonized possibilities, what is a vision that you have? I think you participate in that. I just wanted you to elaborate. How can this be reproduced? Can it be saved from technological?
It's a really complex, it's a complex question, because there's ideas of intellectual property rights, and even when it comes to documenting the medicinal properties of plants and medicines that our people use traditionally. One of the presenters earlier today said that the community was mapping out their territories and the medicines, but they were keeping it for the preservation of their own community. So it's like, how much do you share
for the wider world, and how much do you preserve and keep within your communities for that protection because of the electronic world and being able to, you know, people can steal the intellectual property, right? And you talked about it earlier about, you know, are we just going to borrow from the people and to give us back some life and then abandon them again? Everything is a fine balance, I think. And for our nation, we definitely don't share everything. And there's a lot that we retain and keep wholly in our community. But technology does serve. I think maybe for my community, I can say is that we use technology and social networking as a way to share that we're still here and that we exist and that we have rights to exist in the way that we do. And I think that that is how we can use technology in a way that is respectful. And again, every nation is very different in the way that they use it.
Maybe I could add, just from the experience of the World of Matter, which is a collective that Ursula Biemann has initiated and that I'm part of. We take as a methodology and as an impulse of work as a collective of artists to produce raw material for research. So everything is open in a way. Most of our works are available on internet, even as raw materials, even as things that we don't edit in our pieces, as a way that this knowledge that we compile can be useful for activists, professors, for whoever wants to make use of it. So in a way, World of Matter, in terms of this methodology, implied not for the sake of communities and specifically about the indigenous, but as a group of artists that have this impulse, this wish that wherever we go to produce about the reality or about certain things that we are discussing and working from, that we make it available on electronic means. Sharing.
Thank you, Mabe. Thank you. I've been told we don't have time for questions from the floor. Hopefully you'll be able to catch our speakers if you have questions. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. And I think we're going to have a 5-minute break now. Strongly encourage you to have conversations in the break with the members of the panel who have just completed. And also, I just wanted to ask anyone, there's been a suggestion that people who are here from environmental groups locally and nationally would like to send out their contact information to people in the audience. So those of you who are here from those kinds of groups, if you could come and speak to me during the break, I'll gather all of your contact information so that we can mail that out to the participants today. So 5-minute break, there's coffee behind here, and please continue the conversations. Thank you.
The reading from here? Sorry? Just the readings.
The reading, no, I think it's fine.
Estimates of the aggregate economic costs of mitigation vary widely depending on methodologies and assumptions, but increase with the stringency of mitigation. Scenarios in which all countries of the world begin mitigation immediately, in which there is a single global carbon price and which all key technologies are available, have been used as a cost-effective benchmark for estimating macroeconomic mitigation costs. Under these assumptions, mitigation scenarios that are likely to limit warming to below 2% through the 21st century relative to pre-industrial levels entail losses in global consumption, not including benefits of reduced climate change, as well as co-benefits and adverse side effects of mitigation of 1% to 4%, median 1.7 in 2030, and 2% to 6%, medium 3.4 in 2050, and 3% to 11%, median 4.8 in 2100, relative to consumption in baseline scenarios that grows anywhere from 300 to more than 900% over the century. These numbers correspond to an annualised reduction of consumption growth by 0.04 to 0.14, median 0.06 percentage points over the century, relative to annualised consumption growth in the baseline that's between 1.6 and 3% per year. High confidence. In the absence or under limited availability of mitigation technologies, such as bioenergy, CCS and their combination, BECCS, nuclear, wind, solar, mitigation costs can increase substantially depending on the technology considered. Delaying additional mitigation increases mitigation costs in the medium to long term. Many models could not limit likely warming to below 2% over the 21st century relative to pre-industrial levels if additional mitigation is considerably delayed. Many models could not limit likely warming to below 2% if bioenergy, CCS and their combination, BE-CCS, are limited, high confidence. Mitigation scenarios reaching about 450 or 500 ppm CO2 equivalent by 2100 show reduced costs for achieving air quality and energy security objectives, with significant co-benefits for human health, ecosystem impacts and sufficiency of resources and resilience of the energy system. Mitigation policy could devalue fossil fuel assets and reduce revenues for fossil fuel exporters, but differences between regions and fuels exist. High confidence. Most mitigation scenarios are associated with reduced revenues from coal and oil trade for major exporters. High confidence. The availability of CCS would reduce the adverse effects of mitigation on the value of fossil fuel assets. Medium confidence. Solar radiation management, SRM, involves large-scale methods that seek to reduce the amount of absorbed solar energy in the climate system. SRM is untested and is not included in any of the mitigation scenarios. If it were deployed, SRM would entail numerous uncertainties, side effects, risks, shortcomings, and has particular governance and ethical implications. SRM would not reduce ocean acidification. If it were terminated, there is high confidence that surface temperatures would rise very rapidly, impacting ecosystems susceptible to rapid rates of change. Adaptation and mitigation. Many adaptation and mitigation options can help address climate change, but no single option is sufficient by itself. Effective implementation depends on policies and cooperation at all scales, and can be enhanced through integrated responses that link adaptation and mitigation with other societal objectives. Common enabling factors and constraints for adaptation and mitigation responses. Adaptation and mitigation responses are underpinned by common enabling factors. These include effective institutions and governance, innovation and investments in environmentally sound technologies and infrastructure, sustainable livelihoods, and behavioural and lifestyle choices. Inertia in many aspects of the social economic system constrains adaptation and mitigation options. High agreement, medium evidence. Innovation and investments in environmentally sound infrastructure and technologies can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and enhance resilience to climate change. Very high confidence. Vulnerability to climate change, GHG emissions, and the capacity for adaptation and mitigation are strongly influenced by livelihoods, lifestyles, behaviour and culture. Medium evidence, medium agreement. Also, the social acceptability and/or effectiveness of climate policies are influenced by the extent to which they can incentivise or depend on regionally appropriate changes in lifestyles or behaviours. For many regions and sectors, enhanced capacities to mitigate and adapt are part of the foundation essential for managing climate change risks. High confidence. Improving institutions, as well as coordination and cooperation and governance, can help overcome regional constraints associated with mitigation, adaptation and disaster risk reduction. Very high confidence. Response options for adaptation. Adaptation options exist in all sectors, but their context for implementation and potential to reduce climate-related risks differs across sectors and regions. Some adaptation responses involve significant co-benefits, synergies and trade-offs. Increasing climate change will increase challenges for many adaptation options. Adaptation experience is accumulating across regions in the public and private sectors and within communities. There is increasing recognition of the value of social, including local and indigenous, institutional and ecosystem-based measures, and of the extent of constraints to adaptation. Adaptation is becoming embedded in some planning processes, with more limited implementation of responses. High confidence. The need for adaptation, along with associated challenges, are expected to increase with climate change. Very high confidence. Adaptation options exist in all sectors and regions, with diverse potential and approaches depending on their context in vulnerability reduction, disaster risk management, or proactive adaptation planning. Effective strategies and actions consider the potential for co-benefits and opportunities within wider strategic goals and development plans. Response options for mitigation. Mitigation options are available in every major sector. Mitigation can be more cost-effective if using an integrated approach that combines measures to reduce energy use and the GHG intensity of end-use sectors, decarbonise energy supply, reduce net emissions and enhance carbon sinks in land-based sectors. Well-designed systemic and cross-sectoral mitigation strategies are more cost-effective in cutting emissions than a focus on individual technologies and sectors, with efforts in one sector affecting the need for mitigation in others. Medium confidence. Mitigation measures intersect with other societal goals, creating the possibility of co-benefits or adverse side effects. These intersections, if well managed, can strengthen the basis for undertaking climate action. Emissions ranges for baseline scenarios and mitigation scenarios that limit greenhouse gas concentrations to low levels, about 450 ppm CO2 EQ, likely to limit warming to 2% above pre-industrial levels, are shown for different sectors and gases in figure SMP 214. Key measures to achieve such mitigation goals include decarbonising, i.e. reducing the carbon intensity of electricity generation, medium evidence high agreement, as well as efficiency enhancements and behavioural changes in order to reduce energy demand compared to baseline scenarios without compromising development. Robust evidence, high agreement. In scenarios reaching 450 ppm CO2 EQ over the next decade, are projected to decline and are characteristic by reductions of 90% or more below 2010 levels between 2040 and 2070. In the majority of low concentration stabilisation scenarios, about 450 to 500 ppm CO2 EQ, at least as likely as not to limiting warming to 2% above pre-industrial levels, the share of low-carbon electricity supply, comprising renewable energy, RE, nuclear and CCS, including BECCS, increases from the current share of approximately 30% to more than 80% by 2050. And fossil fuel power generation without CCS is phased out almost entirely by 2100. Near-term reductions in energy demand are an important element of cost-effective mitigation strategies, providing more flexibility for reducing carbon intensity in the energy supply sector, hedge against related supply-side risks, avoid lock-in to carbon-intensive infrastructures, and are associated with important co-benefits. The most cost-effective mitigation options in forestry are afforestation, sustainable forest management, and reducing deforestation, with large differences in their relative importance across regions, and in agriculture, cropland management, grazing land management, and restoration of organic soils. Medium evidence, high agreement. Behaviour, lifestyle and culture have a considerable influence on energy use and associated emissions, with high mitigation potential in some sectors, in particular when complementing technological and structural change. Medium evidence, medium agreement. Emissions can be substantially lowered through changes in consumption patterns, adoption of energy savings measures, dietary change, and reduction in food wastes. Policy approaches for adaptation and mitigation, technology and finance. Effective adaptation and mitigation responses will depend on policies and measures across multiple scales: international, regional, national and subnational. Policies across all scales supporting technology development, diffusion and transfer, as well as finance responses to climate change, can complement and enhance the effectiveness of policies that directly promote adaptation and mitigation. International cooperation is critical for effective mitigation, even though mitigation can also have local co-benefits. Adaptation focuses primarily on local to national scale outcomes, but its effectiveness can be enhanced through coordination across governance scales, including international cooperation. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, is the main multilateral forum focused on addressing climate change with nearly universal participation. Other institutions, organised at different levels of governance, have resulted in diversifying international climate change cooperation. The Kyoto Protocol offers lessons towards achieving the ultimate objective of the UNFCCC, particularly with respect to participation, implementation, flexibility mechanisms, and environmental effectiveness. Medium evidence, low agreement. Policy linkages among regional, national and subnational climate policies offer potential advantages, including lower mitigation costs, decreased emission leakage and increased market liquidity. International cooperation for supporting adaptation planning and implementation has received less attention historically than mitigation, but is increasing, and has assisted in the creation of adaptation strategies, plans and actions at the national, subnational and local level. High confidence. There has been a considerable increase in national and subnational plans and strategies on both adaptation and mitigation since the AR4, with an increased focus on policies designed to integrate multiple objectives, increase co-benefits and reduce adverse side effects. High confidence. National governments play key roles in adaptation planning and implementation. High agreement, robust evidence, through coordinating actions and providing frameworks and support. While local government and the private sector have different functions which vary regionally, they are increasingly recognised as critical to progress in adaptation, given their roles in scaling up adaptation of communities, households and civil society, and in managing risk information and financing. Medium evidence, high agreement. Institutional dimensions of adaptation governance, including the integration of adaptation into planning and decision-making, play a key role in promoting the transition from planning to implementation of adaptation. High agreement, robust evidence. Examples of institutional processes to adaptation involving multiple actors include economic options, e.g. insurance and public-private partnerships, laws and regulations, e.g. land zoning laws, and national and government policies and programmes, e.g. economic diversification. In principle, mechanisms that set a carbon price, including cap and trade systems and carbon taxes, can achieve mitigation in a cost-effective way, but have been implemented with diverse effects due in part to national circumstances as well as policy design. The short-run effects of cap and trade systems have been limited as a result of loose caps or caps that have not proved to be constraining. Limited evidence, medium agreement. In some countries, tax-based policies specifically aimed at reducing GHG emissions, alongside technology and other policies, have helped to weaken the link between GHG emissions and GDP. High confidence. In addition, in a large group of countries, Fuel taxes, although not necessarily designed for the purpose of mitigation, have had effects that are akin to sectoral carbon taxes. Regulatory approaches and information measures are widely used and are often environmentally effective. Medium evidence, medium agreement. Examples of regulatory approaches including energy efficiency standards. Examples of information programs including labelling programs that can help consumers make better formed decisions. Sector-specific mitigation policies have been more widely used than economy-wide policies. Medium evidence, high agreement. Sector-specific policies may be better suited to address sector-specific barriers or market failures and may be bundled in packages of complementary policies. Although theoretically more cost-effective, administrative and political barriers may make economy-wide policies harder to implement. Interactions between or among mitigation policies may be synergistic or may have no additive effect on reducing emissions. Economic instruments in the form of subsidies may be applied across sectors and include a variety of policy designs, such as tax rebates or exemptions, grants, loans and credit lines. An increasing number and variety of renewable energy policies, including subsidies motivated by many factors, have driven escalated growth of RE technologies in recent years. At the same time, reducing subsidies for GHG-related activities in various sectors can achieve emissions reductions, depending on the social and economic context. High confidence. Co-benefits and adverse side effects of mitigation could affect achievement of other objectives, such as those related to human health, food security, biodiversity, local environmental quality, energy access, livelihoods and equitable sustainable development.
Can I have everyone take their seats? We're going to begin with the last panel. Brian, yours is on here somewhere, is it?
Put that together. Put this here. Okay.
Do you know where it is?
Yeah. I don't know. It's in a carpeta somewhere. It's in a folder. It's in the main sort of folder.
She had one that was called, there's one that was called Nottingham.
Yeah, it's probably, well, look in the finder there and see if there's the Nottingham folder. Here in the finder, or right there. I don't use Macintosh, so Nottingham conference looks kind of good.
Is that Nottingham conference that I just did?
No. Let's see. I think this is looking good. I think it might be here. I think it might be in there. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's do it. Let's put that on the screen. Yeah.
Just do a wee little intro first.
And you can, if you full screen it, yeah.
Oh, is that?
Is that? Yeah, that's fine. It might be a little fuller. Yeah, you can. I prefer to just get rid of everything else. All the little Macintosh bullshit. There we go. That's it. Yeah.
Okay. I will just say a couple things and then. Welcome back, everyone. So we're in the last session of the day. Thank you for staying with us. And I think we're going to just move through. We're not going to say too many things in advance. This panel's called Beyond Neoliberal Developmentalism. And the panelists come from quite different backgrounds, artists, activists, critics, people working in very different geographic contexts. And I imagine we'll be picking up on many of the themes of the day in our discussion. The first panelist this afternoon is going to be Brian Holmes. And Brian is a writer and a critic, an activist who's been working in and since the anti-globalization movement, bringing activist practices and the arts into conversation with one another. He has published many books, many articles online, and has traveled and worked with protest movements across Latin America, Europe, and Asia. His recent work is on the aesthetics of crisis, examining both how societies confront the new set of political and ecological challenges brought on by the tremendous acceleration of the globalized economy. He's been working with a number of also kind of smaller groups working on radical practices, and we'll be sharing some of those in his presentation. Thanks so much, Brian.
Okay, well, thank you. I must say I'm really honored to be here at this exhibition and at this conference, from which I've been learning a lot. It's a privilege to be able to share moments like this, and I think that finding ways to extend that privilege in our local environments, in our electronic afterlives and so on is something that is really worth thinking about, how to do that more, because there's such a wealth of things to discover that can help us all in the upcoming years. I come from a place that Americans call flyover land and would prefer to forget. We decided to rename that place. We call it the Midwest Radical Cultural Corridor. So what I'm showing you here, exactly, and that's what we want to do with it. And how to do that. In this time, it seemed like a good way to start would be, in a way, by stopping, by slowing down, by responding to the ideas that an author named Wendell Berry has put forth long ago in his book called Unsettled America, where he observed that Americans don't know where they are. They no longer have any sense of place. I regret to say this is true, but I would like to do something about it. So what you see on the screen is a map that we've just begun to make, which is a map of the watersheds of the Midwest Radical Cultural Corridor. In the macro sense, you're actually only looking at two great watersheds. One is the Great Lakes, perhaps, I believe it's the largest reserve of surface fresh water in the world, tremendous depth of fresh water and a tremendous depth of cultural, accumulation around those Great Lakes through the time of indigenous history. And that water flows into the Atlantic Ocean via the St. Lawrence Seaway. And then on the other side from that, those differently colored areas are really the different branches of a single watershed, which is the Mississippi River watershed, flowing out into the Gulf of Mexico, carrying its accumulated cargo of agricultural, agrochemical poisons, I'm afraid to say. I live with, actually with one of the participants in this show, Claire Pentecost, and we've decided to begin exploring our own lives at the juncture of these two watersheds in Chicago, because in fact Chicago sits on the divide between the two watersheds, and about a century ago, engineers in that city reversed the river system, which formerly flowed naturally into the lake, so that it now flows into the Mississippi, obviously to carry our sewage away from us so that we can forget about that as well. We know that when we begin, we've already begun, of course, sinking into this whole situation. We know that what we will discover, as we've begun discovering around Chicago, around the city itself, in the city, are very deep layers of the sedimented industrial history of the Anthropocene, concentrations of metal making and chemical making industries that are now largely defunct but live on with their remains. But what we really want to discover slowly by taking boat trips, by consulting with people who live in just some of these micro watersheds that are actually indicated on the map, is that which we know less, which is the land water, the marshlands, the wetlands, which have largely been eradicated, but which are remnant. That is to say, they come back. They come back as pools of what you think of as pools of water on the dry land. Slowly you realize this dry land is largely artificial. It's been created through drainage. that the prairies that used to be there were places where the land and water mingled. I think there's a tremendous amount of knowledge about the territory that is forgotten when one doesn't pay any attention to where one is. And we were, just a moment ago, engaging in a really interesting conversation about decolonizing research methodologies. And this, to me, resonates really strongly with me as I begin to prepare for what I think will be several-year project, which is also a project of what the great thinker of bioregionalism, Peter Berg, called re-inhabitation, re-inhabiting the bioregion, which is generally thought in terms of watersheds. In that reorientation, you know, the group that I work with is called the Compass Group, and indeed we seek to orient ourselves within the Midwest Radical Cultural Corridor and within the Anthropocene as well. And we got a great inspiration last summer when two of us from the group traveled with some other participants in this exhibition, the group A La Plástica in Argentina, which is a group that I think deserves a bit of time getting to know. And so I'd like to tell you a little story about the time that we shared with them, and in that way introduce this possibility that I find so interesting, which is the resonance between different situated communities in the Americas that produces a kind of fabric of, at once of struggle and also of these different attempts at re-inhabitation of a land that's been simply abused for so long that we're starting a bit late, perhaps, on this, but we must start. So I'll read to you this text which I wrote to convey some of the inspiration that I found this summer in Argentina, where I've been many times before, and with some people that I've known for many years. Imagine yourself on a riverbank in the middle of Argentina with the giant Rosario Victoria Bridge rising up out of a flood. Torrential rains poured down on Brazil about 3 weeks ago. Now the water is rushing before your eyes, carrying its cargo of debris and river weeds and mud. You're on the outskirts of the city of Rosario, at the heart of Latin America's southern cone, in the most fertile part of the Pampa Húmeda, which is one of the world's great grain cultivating regions. You're also somewhere near the southern edge of the largest surviving wetland system on the planet. From here to Paraguay and on to Bolivia and Brazil extends the second major watershed of Latin America, the Rio de la Plata Basin, which takes its name from the great estuary which the Paraná River forms before pouring into the sea. The vastness and biodiversity of this river system makes it comparable to the Amazon, but it flows through the most populous and developed part of South America, and its banks are surrounded by vast GMO soy fields. Once I read a book by an Argentinian businessman who claimed that the production of GMO grain was the only way the country could participate in global society. It was, he said, the contribution that Argentina could make to the world. The new bridge and the causeway behind it that acts in reality as a 60-kilometer dam in the middle of the wetlands is just one among hundreds of mega projects whose construction is orchestrated by IRSA, the Initiative for the Integration of Regional Infrastructure in South America. IRSA is a transnational economic forum launched by the Inter-American Development Bank in the year 2000. From its viewpoint, everything that was formerly called nature appears as a resource to be extracted or as an obstacle to be surmounted. As the Uruguayan sociologist Raúl Zibecki writes, and I quote Raúl Zibecki, IRSA is a multi-sectoral project that aims to develop and integrate transportation, energy, and telecommunications infrastructure. The goal is to reorganize the continent's landscape based on the development of a physical infrastructure of land, aerial, and river transport. Oil and gas pipelines, waterways, maritime and river ports, and power lines and fiber optic cables, to name a few. These projects are organized in 12 integration and development axes, corridors, where investments can be concentrated to increase trade and create chains of production connected to the global market. This transformation is linked to the emergence of global factories that operate under the just-in-time premise. A sort of global automaton has been created by large businesses that employ remote-controlled operation techniques and cover the planet in the form of a network. So that's a strong reality. That's what's behind the idea. That's the other of the radical corridor, these transportation corridors, this global factory. Rosario, with its giant new causeway bridge over the Paraná River, is located at the cusp of two of IRSA's major development zones. From east to west runs the so-called Mercosur-Chile axis, linking the densely populated southeastern seaboard of Latin America to the crucial Pacific ports of Chile, notably through a road-rail link over the Andean Mountains known as the Bi-Oceanic Corridor. Here we can see a reiteration of the pattern that is so present in Chicago and in North America, the pattern of transport corridors reaching the Pacific Ocean to establish the connection with China. From more north to south, however, there is something else going on. IRSA envisages the Paraná River system as a kind of liquid superhighway, a hidrovia, which could potentially be interconnected with the Amazon basin to form a single circulation system for heavy industry. The kinds of corridors that emerged around Chicago over the course of 200 years are now being planned at continental scale for realization in less than 2 decades. This is the expanded scale and accelerated time frame that we have to imagine if we want to face the realities of capital circulation in the Anthropocene. The question is, how could anyone do that? How could anyone think, imagine, desire, and act on such scales? How could you face an entire continent? Or to ask a variation of that same question, how could you interact with a bioregion of such vast dimensions as the Rio de la Plata watershed? I've been to Rosario before, but in July of 2014, I had the good fortune to return in the company of Ala Plástica, an art group which has been working with eco-social issues since the early 1990s. Ala Plástica is just 2 people, Silvina Babic and Alejandro Metin. Yet there always seem to be many, many more people in everything Ala Plástica does, intricate tapestries of people with many interconnections. Along with Critical Art Ensemble, Sarah Lewison, Eduardo Molinari, Joan Villapuig, Pio Torroja, Marcelo Miranda, Fabiano Cueva, Graciela Carnevale, and many others, we traveled from the coastal zone of La Plata to the river delta on the edge of Buenos Aires, then up the Paraná River to Rosario, and across the bridge to the flooded wetlands between Rosario and the town of Victoria. The theme of our journey was watersheds as laboratories of governance. What we were doing was recapitulating and in some way becoming part of the aesthetic, territorial, activist, and ecological experience that Ala Plástica has been co-creating with inhabitants of the Rio de la Plata basin over the last 20 years. Ala Plástica emerged as the visual arts wing of a public space collective that occupied an abandoned library building in the university town of La Plata near the banks of the estuary in 1991. From the beginning, it was a resistance project, both against the lingering repression of the 1976 to 83 dictatorship and against the organized abandonment of neoliberalism. Gradually, the group felt the necessity, both artistic and economic, to extend beyond the traditional conceptions of urban public space, and in 1995, they began planting bulrushes along the coastline of the locality of Punta Lara. Once planted, the reeds would spread rhizomatically, contributing to water purification and offering a living model of emergent collectivity to those who worked with them. Planting bulrushes and also willows was a way to meet other inhabitants, to participate in the ecosystem itself, to develop new economies, and also a new artistic practice. These activities led to collaboration with many local cooperatives, notably on a place called Isla Paulina, which is a tiny farming and grape-growing community near the port and petrochemical complex of Ensenada. They also led far beyond the immediate locality to the Delta region north of Buenos Aires, where the Paraná River flows into the estuary through a dozen different channels, creating a labyrinthine world of forested and inhabited islands. And the Delta itself, of course, was the gateway to the immense system of wetlands leading north into Paraguay, Bolivia, and Brazil. All of this was not just pastoral, however. The Delta was and still is threatened by the installation of gated communities on artificially raised platforms that profoundly alter the cultural life of the river as well as the very flow of the water. In 1996, a treaty was signed between Argentina and Uruguay calling for the construction of an immense bridge over the estuary from Punta Lara to the Uruguayan city of Colonia, which would have caused incalculable damage to the ecosystem. And in 1999, a Shell oil tanker ran into a freighter near the town of Magdalena, releasing what was at the time accounted as the largest freshwater oil spill in history. Ala Plástica used cultural activities as a vector of successful grassroots organization in the face of all these threats and disasters. At the same time, they developed the diagrams of an artistic practice that is transpersonal and consists of public thinking, debate, and action, all founded on what they describe as, and I quote Ala Plástica, the right of communities to develop visions more sensitive to their own situations and to propose alternative realities for the social construction of a territory. And that point, I think, comes very close to the discussion we were just having about decolonizing research methodologies, indeed transforming them totally so that the research, the activism, and also the search for a cosmovision that we can really live with are one and the same. And I think, for me, the great inspiration comes not only from Ala Plástica, but from all the groups which are doing exactly that on territories throughout the Americas and certainly throughout the world. But as we do that, we always have to remember, I think, what is going on through the forces represented in South America by a group like IRSA, by a multitude of, a relatively small multitude of corporations capable of doing things like the tar sands project and so on. That's an example of this kind of diagramming that Ala Plástica carries on. It's their way of trying to represent and at the same time instigate the processes of social collaboration that can allow them to help clean up an oil spill when the corporation and the state do nothing. So their question has always been, who designs the territories and for whom are they designed? Today, they're asking these questions in collaboration with a transnational network of grassroots organizations called the Alliance for the Wetland System of the Paraguay-Paraná River. In 2008, they created a hand-drawn map to express the current scope of their activity. What you see is a tapestry of local and regional relationships that begins in the area where they live, in the Delta area, in the estuary area, in the Delta around Punta Lara, and then suddenly it jumps scale to encompass the entire river system of Latin America, as you can see on the upper part of the image. In effect, the group is not afraid of these jumps in scale. They're not afraid of using, for instance, geographic information systems, offering them a satellite view. Whether the connections are made through word of mouth, art, or advanced electronic means, the issue is always that of deepening people's participation in a vast territory that turns out, in the end, not to be so irremediably complex or distant, because, as Alejandro Metin often says, you find out when you go out to experience it that you are already part of it. There's both an aesthetics and a theory of territory in this work. It constitutes, I would say, a diagram of agency. The sensitivity developed in the work with willows and bulrushes helps to generate, through its aesthetic projection, helps to generate caring relationships with territories wounded by industrial development. And then that caring relation, that territorial relation, transforms the energies of care into more mediated forms of cooperation, like you can see in this radio project that we were doing in Isla Paulina. And those mediated forms of cooperation can help set up and make active the fractal relationships of scale called for by contemporary ecological thinking. The question, it seems to me, is whether this kind of activism could constitute a force of resistance to the all-consuming capitalist market. Could the river itself become a governing force or a figure of regulation, as the artist Sarah Lewison suggested during our trip? Could it become an entity around which a people assemble for new rituals, rituals of truth, of care, of mutual recognition? This notion of figures of regulation is quite an important one, especially for us who deal with art, perhaps one with which we should linger just a bit. I want to quote Sarah Lewison, who in turn will quote the great bioregional thinker Peter Berg. In her text, Thinking with the River, Sarah writes this. She says, for Berg, a figure of regulation was a framework for evaluating and limiting human undertakings. It would be, and she quotes Berg, like customs that are not of a specifically religious, legal, or ideological mold. By attending to the boundaries and limited capacities of a living system, people could begin to visualize interdependency as patterns of exchange that moved around in a cycle, what Berg called a cycle of provision. As a phrase, figures of regulation invites different modes of understanding, from the poetic to the practical. The idea of regulation references biological or material limits, but also the non-legible or cosmological frames of indigenous jurisprudence, which are cautious about the unknown. Bioregional self-enforcement emerges through trying to attend to the plurality of entities or agencies in a place, to establish a balance point of coexistence. Figures infer movement, such as the individual steps in a dance or in an equation, the lines in a drawing, illustrative steps, the successive removal of material in a sculpture, iterative mark making, and so on. And to quote Peter Berg one more time, the performance of a dance follows a distinct sense of rightness that would not otherwise exist only as an idea, and it suggests connectedness with many other activities and ideas. It is a process that makes the invisible visible. As a dance unfolds, it implies further action that is self-referenced by what has gone before. Figures of regulation are assemblages of values and ideas that can similarly become ingrained in patterns of activity. To end that quote. There's a question being asked here, a question about action, about conduct, about the forms of our relation to other things, both animate and inanimate. Can we learn to govern ourselves otherwise, with much greater respect for the great other that is the planetary ecology? This is the question that recent South American legislation on the rights of nature is bringing to us today in the face of human-generated climate change. I believe the question itself, a still unanswered question, is a major contribution to world civilization. Today it is becoming a fundamental question of art, of philosophy, and of politics. And I would like to thank everyone in the show, wherever they are coming from, for offering us this inspiration.
Thank you so much, Brian. Next, we're going to hear from Mexican artist Minerva Cuevas, who's going to speak in relation to the work that you all likely saw when you came into the gallery today, which is the amazing mural at the front of the building. Minerva's work critically investigates the signs of corporate globalization, recreating its appropriated publicity and endowing it with newly revealed historical truths of its dispossession, state-sponsored campaigns of violence, and ecocidal crimes against Mexico's subsistence level, small-scale agricultural sector. She does many other things, and we'll hear a little bit more about that now. Come on up, Minerva. Thanks very much.
Hello. Well, I would like to thank all the people working for Nottingham Contemporary. Thank you very much for all your patience and, sorry, it's it has life. I'll give examples of previous works, and I'll very much also talk about the research I've done for those projects, and I'm glad we ended up talking about research, because I think that even though my work tends to end up in many different visual solutions, research is the key for well, producing it. So first, this project is an early one. It's called Better Life Corporation, and it very much started as a series of interventions in Mexico City public space. What I was doing was basically responding to either economical situations or institutions or just in general the system in the city, by giving free products and services. And well, I started calling them products and services just to be able to give a structure to the project, but it was very much just a series of actions on the street. So some of the products were like free subway tickets, everything for free. A self-stamped envelope, student ID card. Anyone can request or get these kind of things. So it was a mix between orders and services that I was developing. Also campaigns. Like the first time the project entered a museum, I decided to also use the banner to announce the exhibitions to have this campaign that is around homelessness in Mexico City. And it says, if you have house, you count, for the National Institute of Statistics. The homeless don't, because, well, basically they are not counted as part of the population. That's well, a little bit strange order of slides. Sorry. Also, the first time I presented the project inside a museum space, I borrowed the furniture from the Spanish bank, Banco Bilbao Vizcaya, And I also borrowed this mascot from the bank because I thought it was perfect. It's dressed as Robin Hood, and it's a pig, symbol of greed, accumulation, and I didn't do anything to the pig. I just showed it inside the museum space because it was just perfect with the show. Then this is the office space that I used to have also in relation to the project, because, well, the strategy included the website, then the office space, and well, me going around supermarkets, changing the barcode of some fruit and vegetables to make all that cheaper. And it also became a product you could order or print from the website. As part of the project also, the Melate campaign well, became probably the first logo or emblem I modified because, well, you'll see in other works how I've been using a lot of the corporate image to refer to social issues. So in this case, the alteration refers to the people that live in poverty in Mexico. And well, all the national lottery is meant to be for public assistance, but you never see the results on the streets. That's the image of the exhibition at the Tamayo Museum. And well, there as you see, there's the friend, the pig, and the whole series of products and services were active. Well, that means that the museum was giving the student ID cards and giving away all the products, giving away posters of the campaign. Someone from the museum, we used to sit there and take the photographs and do the whole process of the student ID card. At that time, I wanted that the museum change its policy and that it became free entrance, but that couldn't happen because, well, bureaucracy. So the student ID cards made possible that all the people entering that time and paying for the entrance would have the student ID and then not paying again because if you're a student, it's free entrance. As part of Better Life Corporation, I also had the interest to learn about radio. So I learned how to set up a FM radio station, and my plan was to open a free public pirate radio station, but at the end it needed a collective behind it, very much because of the production of the programs. So that part of the project at the end connected more to other states in Mexico, like Oaxaca, that is in the south of the country, and it connected in the way of workshops teaching indigenous communities how to set up their own stations. This is the radio team. That's the radio students in Chanica, a very distant community. Even if you are in the state of Oaxaca, it would take you 12 hours by bus to reach this community. And they don't have access to TV or radio. I mean, the orography of Mexico is also so difficult that you end up traveling for hours in the same state. And yeah, they don't have any coverage of the usual commercial radio stations. So in fact, they became pioneers of communications in that area. well, this is another example of how I try to generate what I call cultural experiments, because I think ecology, it's very much not only the environmental issues, but the social issues and the relations. Here you can see that it's musicians, but all of them are playing different instruments and in fact different type of music. And what happened is that in Spain they asked me to develop a public art project. And I was around the neighborhood of Lavapiés, that is very multicultural, and well, in fact, it was going under a process of gentrification. And well, there I decided that probably the best was to give a concert to the neighborhood, because I noticed that the musicians, the buskers of the area were going to touristic places to play for tips. So I wanted to bring them back to the neighborhood, and I distributed flyers, and they had to play what they usually play. That means rock, samba. There were some experimental artists with one new instrument, solo players, classic, all kinds at the same time. I thought it was going to be just total noise for half an hour, but no, they found rhythm, a common rhythm and harmony. And for me, that's a metaphor also to society. I mean, they didn't need a director or any rehearsal. They just had this common language through music. That's the example I was talking about. And usually when I alter images or logos from corporations, it's not only the visual modification, but also a campaign. I mean, I try to distribute and scatter this image or graphic and information all around in any way. Could be from a tiny fruit sticker to a mural painting, like in this case. We have a huge chocolate bar at the entrance. Then this is another example of how I've been playing with mixing references to the early way Spanish view America and its natural resources, because it was also, well, not only exploitation, but also a totally distorted vision. No, everything was a monster and alien. That's an example of well, studying a very specific context. That was Australia. And well, there I did an investigation on what was happening with the kangaroo skin industry, which basically is not needed. And it was very much a political tool to make Aboriginals vote for the politicians that kept hunting as an economic activity instead of giving all the opportunities to the Aboriginals. They decided that those kind of activities were for them. That's a mural in Brazil that also very much depicts the country. It makes references to Monsanto, to also companies that are working with the transgenic soy, cellulose. And that's Ronald. That's an action in front of the McDonald's. He basically was very honest about his activities and talk about syndicates, about the kind of meat they use for the food, and he was just too honest. He wasn't demonstrating or doing any kind of protest. He was inviting people to go inside the restaurant, but asking them for their money and giving this information, owning the place. In Norway, when it happened in Norway, the performer got arrested. That was great because it became, news. It's the national TV in Norway, and then it spread around the American websites. That's an example of how my work has been adopted by other people to use it as part of demonstrations. That series of works relates to Nestlé, which is a major monopoly in terms of resources like water, chocolate, cacao. And talking about cacao, the mural here relates to the origin, the Mayan origin of cacao, because that's the region where it comes from, and also the culture around drinking it and eating it. It also relates to the oil industry, and that connects to other works in the show, because, very much in Mexico, the area that is used to grow cacao, now it's used also for the oil industry. So what happens is that most of the people working for cultivating cacao now work for the oil industry. That's the quote you can read also as part of the chocolate bar. And that's another reference to how I work with logos and the references to the oil industry. That's Mexico City. Tar was also used in pre-Hispanic times by the Mayas, covering objects, sculptures, or with many different uses. So the installation here refers to that, but also to the Mexican oil industry and one of the accidents in that area. So, what I want to stress is that when I work with ecology is a way to bring social issues and the natural crisis that we are facing together. No, it's always both of these things that appear every time I do research on a certain social condition. There is a corporation behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minerva. And for the last presentation of the day, I'm going to invite up Elizabeth Peredo Beltran, who we could say many things about, but most recently she's the director of the Salon Foundation, which is based in La Paz, working on water economy, culture, and feminist issues. Elizabeth has a very long time association, both with working on issues related to the water commons and on feminist issues, and we'll bring those two together for this final talk. So Ellie, please come on up. Oh, you're right here.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm really very happy of being part of this initiative.
I believe that Alex and all his team made a great work joining all these reflections and also joining all these artistic productions that are now on the table to reflect on Mother Earth rights. I think it's really very relevant because some years ago I took part of, in France, of La Fête de l'Humanité, which is a huge cultural activity, and then I brought some pictures to talk about the Mother Earth rights. And when I was talking to all the people about the unfair situation of the world, about our struggles, everybody did their hairs, they did this movement, saying, agreeing to what I was saying. But when I mentioned the Mother Earth rights, all of them said, oh, no, that doesn't work here in this context. So I think it's really very, very important that now we have this initiative coming from the north in a museum which belongs to the Occidental culture. And I think it's very, very important for our struggles. So, how is that? Oh. Okay. I am here because I'm the executive director of Solon Foundation. Very glad bringing the pictures of Walter Solon. Some of them are in the exhibit. And he did this exhibit, these pictures, in the occasion of the celebration of the 500 years of the colonization. In that time, the authorities used to call it the friendly encounter between two cultures. And he did this collection precisely to denounce that was not a friendly encounter, but one of the first attempts in the world to sequestrate our cultures, our natural resources. And he denounced it through these pictures, all the savage that came from those cultures in our continent. And I want to bring here some reflections based on the Bolivian experience, because I think that when we talk about Mother Earth rights, we are talking about something which is related to colonization. Because it began with colonization. It began with the with impose of a vision that everybody told it during the journey, the divorce between nature and mankind. So, and that came from the ancient cultures that colonized our regions. So we suffered it in Bolivia, in Ecuador, in Brazil, everywhere. But even though in all these centuries, this vision that we are part of culture, a part of nature, survived, and that's something that we have to learn of. So now, in this moment, in the planet, we have already overpassed the natural limits of the planet. So the capitalist development, the capitalist vision, has broken almost all the limits. And 40 years ago, the Club of Rome have warned us about this. And this is probably a very slowly process. But now we are already almost in the edge of a very not only quantitative change, but also qualitative change. We are near to that, and we are not still aware of that. So in this figure, scientists are saying that we are broken some balances already. One of the most damaged area is biodiversity, so we can see it, and also the nitrogen cycle. Climate change is also a big issue, but compared to others like biodiversity, not yet. Even though all the scientists are saying that that's why you talk about the Anthropocene, That's it. We are living in an Anthropocene era where, in which humanity is doing a huge damage. But it's not the whole humanity. It's that vision that is saying that nature is a resource that we can take of it without a limit. That's the problem. Some years ago, the Met Office, and I use always this picture because it's really very interesting, they did this scenario, imagining how would be the world with 4 degrees over the pre-industrial levels. And we are already very near of that. All the decisions on the climate negotiations of the UNFCCC are driving us to this scenario. And scientists are saying that probably before the middle of this century, we are going to reach this temperature. And by the end of the century, probably 6 degrees. So that's really very frightening. And this information is coming, but people tend not to believe. So that's why I think that now we have to use all our resources to really reach not only people consciousness, but also the motivation to act, and to act permanently, not just in the moment. So, when we talk about the Mother Earth rights, for many of us, it's really hard to conceive that nature have to have rights. But corporations already have rights. They have already. And we accept that those treaties. I want to share this information of some of our colleagues. The TNI, they are located in Amsterdam. They do a great job making the state of power in the world, looking at what the big corporations are doing. So, and they say that corporations are more powerful than nations, and 41 of these 100 major corporations, major economies in the world are corporations already. And that's very important because the core of the capitalist system is to grow all the time. So they don't have limit. And the situation that we are living in all over the world now is due to that vision that already catched even the indigenous territories, even all the world with its dreams, its expectations. And something that also is very interesting to reflect on is that from the 10 biggest business corporations in the world, 8 are from oil and gas corporations. And that's also very frightening because when you talk about climate change, you are talking about fossil fuels and fossil fuels burning. And activists like Bill McKibben and 350.org are saying that all the markets are based in these oil businesses. And if they say also that all these oil investments, bonus, are already registered in markets, in banks, in the financial system. And if we would burn all that is registered in the markets, we could surpass for 5 times our carbon budget. So that is terrific. No, it's not terrific. ¿Cómo se dice? Terrifying. Sorry. Terrifying. It's terrifying. It's a catastrophe. So we have to, I wanted to begin from this because many of the countries that now are in the top of the alternative systems, like Bolivia, Ecuador, or Venezuela, our economies are based on oil. So that's a big weak that we have, and we have to manage it. We have to face it. We have to say, it's to us and to the world. And that's something that motivates my activism. I am really very involved in trying to show that this is a real threat for civilization, and we have to be very creative to change that reality. So, that's what I said. Corporations have more binding rights systems than humanity or nature, and we have lived this in Bolivia very closely. Now, I put this because we are losing our glaciers. I believe in La Paz, and this is a mountain city, and we are losing it. We're losing them very dramatically. And it's not only the losing of water resources and environmental, very nice views, but also our memories, because glaciologists used to take some pieces of ice just to study the history of climate in the world. Now we are losing those resources. It's a kind of metaphor that we all, over the world, we are losing our memory, and that's also something that I wanted to bring here. So we learned how corporations are more powerful than us in the water war in Cochabamba, which opened a huge change in my country. And when we are, this panel is focused on how to go beyond neoliberalism and beyond capitalism. And we, of course, when we see the global situation, we are already beyond growth in the world. It is not possible to go further growing and polluting. We have to change. So in Bolivia, when it began in 2000 with the water war, and people went outside saying something really totally obvious, but has been in the blind spot of the eye. Never saw it before, but indigenous did. They say water is life. So, and with that simple message, they moved all the country and did a huge change. When we did that, the big corporation Bechtel sued our country. And they sued our country because they signed an agreement that said, we are going to stay in this country for 40 years. Okay, but we kicked them away before the second year because they were doing really things very bad. So they sued us, asking for a reimbursement for the 40 years. Not for the years that they have been investing in our countries. So that is how the capitalist system works. They are asking us even to pay them for their dreams of greed. And that is how it functions everywhere. We have to read in every conflict that we have, and they are putting this scenario for us, for the people. That's why we in our country are saying that this is one Solon's mural, which is in the university in La Paz. It means it's a figure about colonialism. And that's why we say that we are living a new era of colonialism, which is not only our resources, our population, but also our bodies, the territories. They are trespassing the most probably sacred frontiers for life. And Bolivia rebelled like this, rebelled to this reality, and we made a huge change in our country. Bolivia is one of the first countries where we have already an indigenous president, which is really very, very significant in our reality because we have been living very a kind of apartheid system, even though we have more than 60% of indigenous population, and we did it, and we built a new vision. And now inside our new constitution, we have the living well concept, which is a very strong concept that says that no one has the right to live better than other, and that living well is to make equal all the incomes, all the livings, and the use of resources. That if someone takes more than he deserves and he can use it, is doing a kind of harmful to the context. It's a very holistic vision that is already inside our constitution, also inside the Ecuadorian constitution. We recovered our natural resources because before that, all the income, 80% of the income from oil went for the corporations. Now it's on the other side. We keep about the 80%, and we could redistribute it to the poorest with some bonus, with some infrastructure investments. And we could even also did some big changes in the international context. I personally have had the privilege to be activated in New York when we got these 3 resolutions, like water as human right, that it was in 2010, the resolution on the International Day of Mother Earth, which is every 22nd of April, and it has been approved in 2009, and the resolution at the UN United Nations on Mother Earth rights on July in 2010. 50% of the members of the Assembly were with this resolution, and it was really very, very important for us. We did big steps at the international level, and we work together with different activists like Council of Canadians and the TNI, the Friends of the Earth, and so on. And also in 2010, we organized as country. We organized the International Conference on Mother Earth Rights and Climate Change in Cochabamba. And there were 35,000 people together, activists, claiming, and there we made a very marvelous statement on how to respect Mother Earth rights with some principles in which the Declaration of Mother Earth Rights was inside. But we have problems. It is not that easy to build an alternative system. From 2010, we faced some national problems because the capitalist system is a very predatory one, and it absorbs even the best wills, the best struggles, the best proposals that rise up. And it happened in Bolivia. So we've got the Tipnis conflict, which is related to IRSA, is part of the project. We have a very complex situation on violence against women. In Bolivia, every 3 days, one woman is killed by feminicidio. I don't know how to say it. It's a crime because of gender. The government also has approved some laws that takes water resources in favor of small mining cooperatives. We have had severe floods due to climate change, but also because Bolivia is losing its forests very rapidly, around 300,000 hectares per year is really too much. So we really are in the face of a huge challenge. So I'm going to read something that I prepared. In short, the redistributive and productive schemes have become a perverse cycle, where poverty is supposed to be overcome at the cost of a vast environmental destruction. Just last May, the Bolivian vice president officially expressed the governmental decision to begin exploitation in our national parks. Although we have made many advances in fighting social injustice, colonialism, and racism, there are many examples that demonstrate how this process became something we have to face for change. If we truly wish to go further in transforming this unfair world, the product of capitalism and neo-extractivism. And there is a special case stone encapsulating this phenomenon, which was the Tipnis struggles. Although we made many efforts to build a new society, capitalism and colonialism somehow always finds a way to survive in a world governed by corporate interests, by the addiction to economic growth, and by overconsumption as a measurement of wealth, social redistribution, and social justice. In this dynamic, governments and leadership can easily become simple functional agents. At some point, I felt that the activists had come to inhabit a kind of a large mammoth, living inside this big beast that can feed itself of our energy, a place where we even think we need GPSs to get oriented. We believed that our declarations, our activism, and lobbying would be enough, and that's not enough. We were living inside the beast of power. In that context, little of our unfair relationship with water and nature has really changed. This is particularly evident in the use of water for mining and exploitation and all the GMO's reality that I already told you. Despite this, we still believe in change. Despite this, we are still here to do our best. We can consider ourselves our survivors of the experience of being trapped inside empty words. We have to overcome those reality. Of course, this is a very human mechanism that makes us believe that we are doing things when we are simply talking. And that's I think it's one of the core that we have to change, because humans have this mechanism of representing everything. And we think that when we talk about something, we're already changing, and that's not true. We have to use our bodies to change. We need to connect back to life and face the challenge to regain common sense in growing cities, in mining camps, in the forests, in the countryside, in our homes. And at the same time, we need to support those initiatives where people are doing real things daily with their own hands and their own bodies for change going beyond words. From that intense experience in my personal life, I have learned that it's not enough to be from the South to defend life or Mother Earth. It is not enough to be indigenous, to have ecological or caring practices. It is not enough to have political power to change systems. We have to be very conscious to build an ethic based on an ecological and humanist vision. This change does not require cultural determinism. That's why I think that it's not only indigenous. There are different flows that are converging in build this Mother Earth rights. The legal one, the philosophical one, the indigenous one, the activist one, the ethical one. So we have to join all this to do a step ahead, instead of remain only reclaiming the indigenous or the women identities. It's not enough. Just to end. Sorry. We are to use, to talk about changing large realities, big scenarios. It sometimes drives us into the hands of evil powers and greed, as I have seen happen very close up in the political dynamic in my country. We might need to stop talking about models of development and begin to talk about restoration experiences and social small commitments. By opening our eyes, maybe we will be able to see that water, nature means solidarity, empathy, daily work, intimacy, self-responsibility, discipline, reciprocity, love, and care. So we have to learn of that. Probably the most important is to develop the capacity to connect what we think with what we do, what we say with what we feel, what we live with what other lives feel for our life. What matters is how much we care for others. There are no models, but experiences. There are no receipts, but creativity. We need no heroes. Just look into our own responsibility and community social tissues. We need empathy, creativity, and courage to keep on caring for life and recovering the balance with nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Can I have all of the panelists up to the front, and then we'll take a few questions, have people answer, and then I think we'll close for the day.
I think it's working. I'm going to say something a little controversial and maybe unpopular. Don't take me wrong, I agree with all of the positions of today, and I think the contributions were fantastic. But there's something that we haven't really talked about, but that we know is, there's geological evidence that several thousand years ago, indigenous populations decimated entire forests in Central America, and none of that has been addressed today. And we just go back to, since colonialism, the West has done that to indigenous populations, but the reality is that it's not just a colliding, as we've heard all day long, between the West and native populations. There's an ancient history that I think is worth addressing at some point today.
I'd like to ask if any of the kind of researchers and the ideas and the theories that you've had have made any connections with those of us who are from a psychological and working on psychological understandings and different models to move away from determinism to a sense of our identities as being deriving from our own actions and our own activity, not determined from outside. And that model actually, how well it fits with some of the ways people have been discussing identity, especially identifying with the land and identifying from place. I know it's very under-researched in psychology relating to place, it is, but nevertheless I think some of you may have come across some of those ideas. I'm interested in how they come back and join with my research and my ideas.
Thank you. Does anyone at this conference, either who has spoken or who has attended, want to give what they wish to see in terms of form of energy production, form of food production, and level of human global population?
Does anyone want to talk about what they would like to see in terms of energy,
use, food production, and the level of human population here.
I just want to make an observation and then raise the question. I mean, this last panel and part of the previous one was fascinating because it brought up the topic that didn't get brought up in the morning, which was economy. And Brian, you brought up rehabilitation, you call. So there is all this being used, renewal, revitalization, reclaiming. So in some sense, it seems like there is an effort to reclaim the origin of ecology, going back to oikos, which is both ecology and economy. Having said that, and there was a lot of wonderful things discussed, it kind of goes back to a little bit of your point. Throughout the day, we have been, of course, looking at the other or addressing the other, the corporations and so on. There has not been any discussion all day about ourselves. Kind of going back to the whole idea of what John Kenneth Galbraith, the economist, brought up. I guess he was probably one of the first ones. How much should a country consume? And then Ram Guha took it on to call it how much should a person consume, and wrote a whole book on that. And then the great Spanish economist Juan Martinez Allier talked about the sort of the ecological economy, which many of you addressed today, but is going back to, because we can keep blaming the other, but Fernando, I think he brought up just very briefly with his comment about the car, if you can reflect on the self, because we are reaching a point where we are the ones who are consuming. We are the ones, so it's not just the corporations are providing. There is, of course, a lot of injustices, a lot of these relations are really fraught, but reflecting on the self seems to be missing very largely from, especially at least in the US where we are, there is some discussion, but very little.
Okay, shall we move to the panelists now, because that's quite a bit to absorb, I think. Does anyone want to begin?
You can begin.
I'd like to respond to the question of psychology and therefore the question of the self at the same time. There is the ideas of Félix Guattari on ecosophy, or the three ecologies: the ecology of the psyche, the ecology of the socius, which is social relations, and the ecology of the environment. When I was talking about figures of regulation, what I was trying to talk about was how do we transform ourselves through a kind of deliberate interaction that is not only symbolic but is a relationship with a place. In that case I was talking about a river, but it could also be a herd of caribou. It could be many, many different things. The environment is very, very big. And when you do that, you are coming close to something like oikos, that is to say that unit of economy that may be produced by a group of people through their own efforts, but you're also coming close to the way that you set up the different kinds of balances within yourself that govern or regulate, was perhaps a much better term, the uses of your perception, of your expression, of your constructive capacities, of your affects also, and therefore the way you enter into relation with other people. And the suggestion that Peter Berg had when he advanced this idea of figures of regulation was that we could seek in the environment cues, not just hints or clues, but really patterns that we could then transform ourselves by engaging with those patterns. And I think there is something very, very strong there, because it calls for a form of perception that's also a form of action. It means that one can try to transform one's perception into a mode of being from which other forms of conduct flow. And I think that is really, really interesting. I mean, that's not a mystical principle, it's a material principle, because it does ask you to try and
grasp your environment in the sense that one grasps something with one's hands as well as one's mind, you know? And I think that's really interesting. I mean, I really feel that kind of like what Elizabeth was saying, that there's a limit to what we can do with representation alone, you know? And so at a certain point, to go further is actually done by doing less, apparently less, but the less, as was said long ago, in this case could become more if it is done mindfully. So I do think there's really a lot to be said in the dimension of psychology, of the transformation of the self, of the personal economy, but I'll leave it for the others to say parts of that.
Oh, well, I would like to comment both questions. I think that the attempt to build the Mother Earth rights is a kind of attempt to regulate ourselves. We have to regulate ourselves in the limits that we have overpassed, economically, culturally, and that goes inside our identity, of course. So that's why I think that the Mother Earth rights proposal that comes from a current of activists has to get in dialogue with other visions, like living well, like degrowth, which is really very important, degrowth, caring economics, and different alternatives that people are trying to figure and to imagine. Luckily, we are creative people. That's why arts is very important, because in the moment we finish with creativity and we finish with nature, we are dead. And that's why I think that it's also important to think about economy. Because when we talk about economy, we usually used to refer only to the financial. And we don't see the other economies that are already running in the society. For instance, in Bolivia, we have the economy of reciprocity, which is really very wide. It's a wide structure in ID communities, in water management, even in cities, and all the trade, small trade. So we don't see that, and we don't see that those economies exist no matter if the state exists or not, or regulate them. Sometimes the state even do not regulate them, and that's very healthy, I think. And something that I wanted to say, which is linked to the psychological level, is that when we talk about Mother Earth rights, we are trying to get into a holistic vision. But when we mean on a holistic vision, we have to be included. We have to include ourselves inside. And that's why we have to see us and deconstruct our own mind's identity, concepts, preconcepts, prejudice, and so on. This is a very, very important challenge we are living now. So we have to feed our minds and our rebellions of all the knowledge that has been accumulated. And now I want to quote or to mention Otto Scharmer. I don't know if you heard about him. He's great, and he's doing an attempt to deconstruct the personal level into an ecological. And he's talking about go from the ecosystem to the ecosystem. And this is a road we have to build. That's it.
Well, I would like to mention in relation to that I would very much like to see the extinction of activism, and I think that's connected to what you said about ethics. No? We all are political beings, and we, with every little action, we are making politics. So we have to get used to that, and probably the only way is to start questioning concepts like progress or or democracy even. No, I think we are used to just talk the capitalist language, and that's also why Fernando's intervention about keeping other languages alive relates to keeping other concepts alive. So it's a very integral change what we need. No? We don't need to talk about environmental issues, but we need to talk about social issues and behave as a species and in terms to survive, no? Because we are not doing it. We are acting as a virus or just killing each other, either wars or bad decisions. But yeah, I think that's what I would like to see, but in general, in all fields. No? For me, the other important thing would be to strengthen the sense of community or how we understand community. I mean, a community is not the group of people that we live with, but the ones that at the end make us be what we are. No, it's not only family or neighbors, it's the whole humanity. So in that situation, I guess things like racism and gender issues also go to a totally different level. No? So behave as a species, and in the case of Mexico, I would like to see all the political prisoners free as well, no? Because there is a lot of people in jail at the time for being in social situations that at the end have to do with the ecological crisis.
On that note, I think we will end for the day. Only to say, though, that I think this last panel is really just the beginning of a call to this kind of people in this room and the institution in general, that over the next 7 weeks we'll be working with the material that everyone has brought to the table today. And I thank you all for coming and for being here and for instigating this process. And I invite everyone who's here to keep on coming to events. Our next one is on the 3rd of February. And that one is related to climate change and involves some of the people we've talked about today, activist artist platform, as well as the social anthropologist, Métis social anthropologist Zoe Todd. So we're hoping that you will come back and be with us and also have your own ideas about things that need to happen in the city as a result of this. So it is for sure just a beginning. I invite also everyone to move over to the cafe if you'd like to have conversations and continue to the dialogue for the day. So thank you everyone for coming, and thank you very much, and the gallery assistant. Thank you all for coming. Fantastic. Great. Message like that they'd like to send out to everyone else, please just come up and sign it on a sheet of paper. We'll send out an email to all of the delegates with all of the information on upcoming events. Thank you.